full-time job, making sure that Joe don't appear senile. What's wrong with you, Go? She did her job.
She did, and she failed at it. That was. He said yesterday, he said in his farewell speech how Delaware fought for the Confederacy.
And it actually says December 18, 2024, after 15 years, Jill Biden teaches her final class at Virginia Community, so Northern Virginia. So she taught.
Man, you guys just
look. If you don't like her, you don't like her, right? But she was teaching during the presidency. That's it. It's not a big deal.
I know the claim was she was a full-time. I know it's not a big deal. I agree. It's not.
Sound like the Democrats when they can't give Trump his full outfit. Does something. Just waiting a bit.
I mean, her classes were still getting rated in May of 2024, so she was teaching something.
She was a part-time professor at a community college. Cool.
Oh, she was a full-time caretaker of Biden. What?
Yeah.
Doesn't she get credit?
Ladies, this really makes the case to get married. They usually die earlier. They get sicker earlier. You will outlive them. So you will be wiping your husband's ass at some point and propping him up to the country.
And still teaching classes at her old ass age.
No, but she's younger than him. How? I thought she was the nanny or some shit. How? I thought she was like 10 years younger than Biden.
She's been the nanny.
Stop making shit up.
You trying to say
no? That was the right wing. That was the right wing. That was a meme. That was a right wing meme about Biden, how he's a pedophile. He even he married his now. It was a joke.
Jill Biden is 73 years old.
Yep, I thought you was 10 years younger than
There
that.
you go, ladies. Even if your husband's president of the United States, we may be working until we're 73 years old.
I know. That's
what the fuck?
And making sure his damn socks match.
Exactly.
Just make sure he remembers what time of day it is.
Listen, half dead, half alive. Joe Biden was a better president than Trump could ever be for a million years. So that's all you need to know.
Yo, I swear, everybody I know who works as federal employees, they have a level of anxiety. Right now, they're the ones who work from home.
It had to have been pretty cool to take, freshman English from the First Lady of the United States.
So ironic if you heard how her husband spoke. One of my first questions would have been, Professor Biden, if you have such mastery of the English language, why hasn't your husband had mastery for the last 50 years? That would have been my first question. Done speak.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I would have just did my homework.
Can we talk about how happy Melania looked dancing with the young officer? She ain't gonna be changing Trump's diaper, She got her some.
But you know what? She gave her husband a kiss the other night. So.
She did. She deserves some kind of hazard.
She deserves hazard pay.
For $5 million in the prenup, I'm telling you.
But then she wore the Hamburglar hat, so she didn't have to kiss him for real.
She touched her lips to his. I thought she kissed him on the jaw.
I just think she's cold like that, yeah. Like, cause she had that recording that her, that girl that was supposed to be her friend had released. And she was saying these people think, she said something about how these people think, and we think just think.
Are you a Chuck E. Cheese, Patty?
No, I'm trying to put my seatbelt on. Yeah.
You said she's at Chuck E. Cheese?
I'm not. I'm older than that. I'm old, y'all.
I know. Who goes to Chuck E. Cheese still?
We lived there
FYI.
when my kids were little. Free,
Nah,
cheap ass birthday party.
I have
People who
never
want
been
their,
inside a Chuck E. Cheese.
A lot of
People who want their
teenagers,
immunity system a boost, because that's the nastiest fucking place on earth.
teenagers go there for first dates because the games are cheap. That's actually kind of cute.
Probably how they end
Imagine-
up with HPV.
Do you guys know that Chuck E. Cheese is the last remnants of the Atari Empire? That's the only thing that has survived.
I mean, most people don't like arcades because, they're stuck up. But, I love arcades. They're fun. Then you go get the little prizes that you could get for $9.99 at Walmart, but you pay $29.99 at the little counter because your kid really wants it. So
My daughter's a Dave and Buster type of gal.
You can also get alcohol at Dave and Buster. That's why I like it. Let the kids
too.
play and all that noise, and you get the alcohol.
Yeah, you can get drunk and just stare at them.
Let the kids drive us home, Patty.
Somebody load up that card for them and be like, do whatever you want.
My mommy sip on this Mai Tai or this Cosmo.
Mama gonna have some appetizers and some wine.
Don't drink too much. The kids come back to you, you be twisted on the table laying down.
Dave and Buster's is a rat.
I love Dave and Buster's.
It's the same as Chuck E. Cheese. It's also better.
No.
Yeah, I sound like when I used to
Dave and
be
Buster's
babysitting
have
my little
alcohol,
cousin, and I used to be in the bathroom smoking. She used to be like, "Can I watch this?" She used to be like,
Whatever,
"Can I
girl.
watch this?" I used to be like, "Yeah, go ahead." Like,
All yours, whatever.
I know one time I came out, she was watching Pretty Woman. I was like, you're not supposed to be watching that. She was like, "You said it, go ahead," when you was in the bathroom. I was like, "Oh."
You're terrible. You like watching Love and Basketball on that?
She was watching Pretty Woman. She was quoting it to her mother. Her mother was like, "Where you get that from?" I was like, "My God."
Whisper to her, if you tell, you never get to watch anything you want at my house.
Look, I used to have like a little DVD room, and she just used to be in there, like, just watching stuff, and then we'll be talking, and she'll quote a movie. One time, one time we was in the car, and she hollered out, "He ain't even from Acorn." Her mother cussed me out. She said, and I know exactly where that's from. And she said, and I know who be saying that. She was like, "Stop playing with me." I was like, "I'm so sorry."
Listen, does she keep getting to come to your house?
All the time.
That's tacit approval.
That's like a favorite place. I'm going to Uncle Chess.
She said he ain't even from Acorn. It was like a record stop. I was like, why would you say that?
Kids will do that shit to you. Chuck E.
Hey, y'all.
Cheese is
Good
if you want to
afternoon.
get in touch with us.
No, you're good. I was just saying good afternoon to everybody.
Trump's dumbass signed the EO to change Denali back to Mount McKinley. Punk ass bitch can't leave nothing alone. Why? Why is he concerned about that on day one? I thought my eggs were going to be cheaper today.
It's to
Y'all see what they
distract you
did to
from the
the-
real.
Did y'all see what they did to the Spanish website for White House?
What happened?
Yeah,
Oh, they pulled that down.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
shut
it's
it down.
Good. Good.
I thought they put something like go home on it.
Yeah, it says webpage not found now.
They did say go home on.
There's a button, and the button says go home. And then when you click the button, it takes you to a page that gives like an announcement. That's when you get to the 404 or whatever. It doesn't literally say go home. The button says go home.
like the home page, y'all. But then he do this the last.
I found a link to the U-Haul.
Up to you
How many
all.
people got rounded up today?
I don't know how many it was, but they said you are no longer safe in the church or a school or any other off limits place. It's on.
I'm not seeing anything online because today was the big Chicago day.
Maybe his fat orange ass got tired to give the directive.
First they came for the immigrants, but I said that.
Where? Oh my God, this can't be true. Okay.
I hope he scoops up about 100,000 Americans and gets sued all this shit.
Is Nina Turner considering running for governor? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was going to say the raids will start later this week in Texas. We're currently too much snow in it.
Oh, and the rule of law has to wait for snow. That's
seriously? What the fuck? You all can't have that much snow.
And they should start with Texas anyway. They got a governor who can help them, and they're closer to the border. Why not start?
Houstonians repel ICE. Like, we're deathly afraid of it. So everybody's in their house just kind of peeking out the windows. We're not used to that.
Oh, have you seen the
Yeah,
new...
what's the temp then?
I think Hexact is about to go down, you guys.
What's going on?
There's a new thing in the New York Times about his former sister-in-law submitting sworn testimony to a panel in the Senate that he was abusive to his ex-wife, her sister, and that she regularly saw him passed out drunk.
Yeah. They tried to rush it through.
They don't care. They don't care.
I don't know. They need 4 votes. So that'd be Murkowski. That would be Collins. That would be maybe the new guy from Utah. And I'm going to tell y'all, if any of these things go 50-50, the turtle is there just to screw Donald Trump. He doesn't care who the defense secretary is, probably, either way. So if they lose 3 votes, there's a good chance the turtle says thumbs down. So we'll shall see. But anyway, people on Twitter are fantasizing about Nina Turner running against Vivek Ramaswamy. I mean, could you imagine? She would probably lose. She won't win the nomination, but she would probably lose by 40 points against Vivek Ramaswamy.
How did Elon manage to pop him out of Doge before Doge was a thing?
Well, they're all going to get popped out of Doge because somebody sued that Doge was illegal and unconstitutional, so Doge might not even get off the ground.
Thank God.
Elon said he didn't think he could save that much money anyway, and then we learned that Vivek is out.
Vivek was a brown who thought he was a white. Aww. Poor. I knew that Americans are stupid comment would get his ass.
Let me see if they filed the lawsuit. Hold on, Doge lawsuit. Oh,
wait, should I sell Doge?
3 lawsuits. 3 lawsuits on Doge. The suits claim that Doge violates a 1972 law requiring public meetings and balanced perspectives. One suit says tech executives dominate Doge membership, claiming that violates the balance requirements. There's so many laws on the books. It's hard. You have to have people that the U.S. It says a rule nation of laws. It's a lot of laws. Another lawsuit says it lacks the proper advisory committee procedures. The third suit says it does not represent the interests of everyday Americans. It's from a union, a progressive think tank, and a bunch of others. lawsuits each claim that much of Doge's communication happens on Signal, an encrypted messaging app, citing both news reports and a public blog post from a former Doge member.
Doge is up 10% today.
I just don't understand this, and this is the thing. Like, Doge is not fully transparent, but because Donald silly executive orders while they're doing real stuff over here, so we'll see if how people.
Trump will do press conferences all day if it means that his people can loot while it's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Go, what do you think of Trump, the tactic of Trump continuously campaigning? I think that works if Democrats do that. Like, we want to govern, but then realize politics is every day. And Trump has mastered that. I mean, he had a campaign rally right before inauguration. I mean, it's to his ego and his narcissistic tendencies. But do you think that works? That you actually consistently feeding meat to your ravenous animals? Do you think the Democrats should apply this particular tactic?
I think given Trump's electoral successes and ability to capture and maintain such a solid share of the electorate, he has created an appetite for certain kinds of engagement. So he has literally shifted the paradigm. So anybody that does not do a version of that, in my mind, is doomed to fail. Now, to be fair, I got the election prediction wrong. So my opinion might not be true. But I do believe there is a paradigm shift in terms of engagement with the public through social media, the so-called podcast, so-called television, so-called radio, so-called whatever, mailers, the mailers they would do, the Facebook. I mean, so I think they need to do that. I think one of the best things, sorry, Jess, you might want to cover your ears. I thought one of the most brilliant things Donald Trump did from 2021 or 2022 when he started was when he took those 3-minute videos. He stood there and when I'm elected president again, I'm going to close this on. So, and he get these mini, teeny sort of like policy bites, these little policy bites. And Mickey was one of the things when you talk about the Department of Education, it was actually from 2 years before. Remember, 2020 was like 2022. I think that was very, very effective. It allowed people to circulate it and allowed them to control discourse. Democrats writing op-eds for the New York Times, for USA Today, for CNN.com. That's good for eggheads like us, but we're already going to vote for them. So they need to find other words. Many of people singing behind. They need to find ways to do other things through sound bites and through these short videos and through these podcast clips, whatever it is, reels. They need to master the reel. I think that would be good. That's where I think what's her name is good, Jasmine Crockett. That's why I think someone like Jasmine Crockett is very good. I'm done speaking. You guys can do your thing.
But another thing that I noticed, because like I said, I'm part of a couple of MAGA chat groups, and they're so better at memes than we are. They turn anything into an anti. It could be LGBT, anything that they're against, anything that comes out that it might be, we might look at it as liberals like, oh, that's such a great idea. They find a way to flip it around. And they're so good at that. I'm like, we need to get as good as that, attacking every point that they come out with. And they do that.
Well, part of the reason why the Democrats aren't as good and people generally that are on the right as good is because part of the ethos of being on the American left, I'm not talking about Marxists and all that, but just left of center, Democrats, progressive, whatever, is to be non-confrontational. And people don't want to get in the arena to fight. This is why I love the Facebook getting rid of the fact checking. Because now it forces people to get into the fight. Democrats want so-called experts and so-called fact checkers and so-called this to do your fault. We need a fact checker because we need a fact checker to tell them that black people were 3/5 of a human. Fun fact, black people were never counted as 3/5 of the Union, but you're not quite ready for that discussion yet because you have pro-blacker history. Side note, shout out to Jack Nicholson. That's the Joker in Batman. But the point is I'm trying to make is that Democrats need to get in the arena and stop throwing in eggheads. Motherfucker called you a motherfucker. What you gonna call that motherfucker? Motherfucker. And that's coming from me, a cornball, a BAN. You got people on this app, just as a small microcosm, social media, will not go back and forth with a MAGA ever. Ever. They don't have the bars. They don't have the knowledge. This is one thing about Just. Now, Just is a hood gay. If the Democrats are going to start really taking advantage of their LGBT population, get some hood gays in that bitch. Because the hood gays don't give a fuck. They will read you. They will go do executive realness and then beat your ass.
Executive realness.
I'm done speaking. I'm not ready for
Just
this.
bad
crazy
reference.
That means some deep
Go. Cause I never knew love like before. I never knew love for sure. Yeah. And then guess what? A hood gay will then shoot you after. And then guess what they'll do? They'll go right to the ball girl. They'll go right to the ball girl. What are you doing? Butch Queen. I just beat that nigga that. I'm now Butch Queen. Oh! And Miss Tony said, how you want Kurt? But here go the Democrats. Here go the Democrats. We need joy. The only joy Democrats need is the Georgia mass crop. Mississippi joy. Joy. God's great joy. Outside of that, shut the fuck up with that joy. We thought we had it with Tim Walz when Tim Walz started his opening speech talking about J.D. Vance, now Vice President Vance, fucking a couch. I was like, oh shit. 2 weeks later, they put his nuts in a bowl of formaldehyde, put it up on the thing, gave him a lesbian haircut, with all due respect to the white lesbians, and told him to go drive a Subaru and wear some LL Bean with some Birkenstock clogs.
Well, I mean, that was because someone probably told J.D. Vance, see, that's a distraction. You shouldn't focus on the couch. You need to focus on policy, what the people really care about. You can't just be chasing all of these little lines, because this is what Americans really want. They want to talk about bathroom policy for trans people. They don't want to talk about the weird fucking guy on the mic. And when I finally meet him, I'm going to say I agree with him, that this is a fellow American. I love this guy.
You're right about that now.
Shout out to Team Kimberly. Concrete, lighting.
When he started out with these motherfuckers is weird, that when he had, I was on there. I was like, yeah, call them motherfuckers weird. Cook they ass. And I think that's when I say I liked him, that's what I was talking about. Because I was like, yeah, he at least, I mean, he wasn't saying nothing radical, but he was saying some shit like they're weird, like, you know what I'm saying? And people would, and then you're right, he got the lesbian haircut and the hot water pants, and he was a whole bitch. He just was.
Hold on. Iron G is I'm gonna have to boot Iron G from the room. Think of Iron G as the football in this room as Mark Andrews' hands. Iron G said that when I sing Joy, Joy, that was Kirk Franklin.
I think
Kirk Franklin, in the online video that you know, was with the Georgia Mass Choir. That is not a Kirk Franklin song.
Kirk wrote the
it's
song.
The version that you know is on.
Kirk Franklin authored the song.
Yeah, he composed it.
He did not.
He did.
Oh, no, he did not. How much you want to bet?
I'm not going to bet anything, but go check and then come back to me and let me know.
I'm checking it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm checking it now.
Yeah.
I'm reckoning it. So, again, it was Kirk Franklin who wrote the song.
Thank you. How much you want to pay me?
You said you didn't want to bet. I'm
because
going on mute.
But I'm not trying to make an example of you, but I know my gospel.
Yeah.
I'm watching it. He did not write it. Hold on. I'm looking at it right now. Hello?
Jesus wrote the song.
Anyway.
Well, you're not right. You're wrong. Yes, he did write it.
We know he wrote it. Don't overhear this plan.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I know I'm not tripping. He's in the music video.
Don't worry about it. We've known this for
I know the Holy Spirit wrote that song though.
Well, it's okay not to know everything. You know, we're not your children. No one has that expectation of you except for your, you know, your admirers. And I'm not sure how you deal with them.
Franklin was famous before he came out with the family. Like, why?
Okay.
Is that before after he beat his
Before GP?
What?
Anywho, what was interesting is that when I listened to Nancy Pelosi, she said the same thing. She said you fight to get in the ring, and once you're in the ring, you have to be prepared to throw some punches. And then what I thought was interesting is she said you also have to be prepared to take some punches. So I think that's true. I think that the Dems are too highbrow, as evidenced sometimes by Dems. I think that they take the morality route, and that's not really going to move the needle anymore. It's just not going to happen. Like you said, they might take the next 2 elections. I think if they don't pivot and they don't pivot quickly, well, people really like those little mean ass TikToks. They do.
Just because you have the wider tent doesn't mean you should have to deviate from your standards.
Who let him back up?
DLU got afraid to get.
Yeah, but what about
y'all gotta learn how to walk through gum and bake a cake and eat steak at the same time.
Oh Lord, Daniel! God damn!
But what about the idea that there needs to be some polarity in our political landscape? So Chris Matthews put forth this idea of like the mommy party and the daddy party. The GOP is the daddy party. The Democrats are the mommy party. So Clinton and Obama are hope, change, positive, progressive vision, and you have to have that to balance out the negativity and the kind of nastiness and meanness of the Republicans. Is that completely over?
I disagree. We don't need to be nobody's mommy. No, they go low, we go high. None of that bullshit. I'm done with that. Niggas need to get mean. Niggas need to be talking about niggas' mamas. Niggas be pulling out records of niggas blowing the fucking backseat of the limo in '86. I don't give a fuck. Dems need to get dirty as fuck. We need to lie too. Let's start lying. We sent some niggas to lie to these motherfuckers because that's what they doing. And they winning with it. And we ain't lying because we're mommy and shit. Fuck all of it. I'm sorry. I'm in my bag. Let me get back.
They need to become the side chicks. They too busy trying to be the wife. Nobody respect the wife. Somebody give go to Cat of Nine Tails so that he can self-flagellate since you want to.
Cat of Nine Tails.
Cat of Nine Tails.
We know where you've been.
Whoop that ass, Trick. Whoop that ass.
You've been to the hospital, right?
I was always told you catch more bees with honey than boo-boo.
Again, who let him back up?
If you said boo-boo and you don't have toddler, please shut me.
Children, say hello to these wild pit bulls in this room.
I mean, Brother Messi, I'm Catholic. Of course I know about a Cat of Nine Tails. Duh, you learned that the first year.
I don't know what Catholic school you went to.
That's not Catholic school. That's catechism. That's your Catholic education. Every good Catholic child goes to catechism. Instead of Sunday school, we had
My daughter just had their first communion. We're going to have this conversation. What the fuck are you talking about?
Man, those nuns would break it down, I tell you. We had demonstrations. Of course, I didn't learn about a cat and nine tails.
Sent me into a panic right now. I'm like, what the fucking...
I just like to read a bunch of shit I shouldn't have when I was...
I know what you was with.
I mean, the idea of monks and illuminated manuscripts and all of that. I don't know why I found all that so fascinating. And indulgences. We need to bring back indulgences. Pay the church to absolve all of your sins so you can...
No, we don't.
Fuck all that. Shout out to Martin Luther.
We don't need the Catholic Church stealing any more money from people and selling us a lie.
Yo, the Catholic Church is like a big ass slave labor operation.
Evil tradition. Lying,
Legalized.
killing people all over the damn place. Hell no. You don't need indulgences for nothing.
Them nuns be walking around miserable, beating kids, mad as fuck at the world, bro. I ain't never seen a...
Martin Luther was right when he discovered that the phrase "the just shall live by faith" was real, and that you don't need to buy your way into the kingdom if you believe the kingdom is Israel. Indulgences are for people who don't know shit, who are godly, and or deceived. Or fuck indulgences.
Nuns out here walking around, wound up like Tutankhamun. Fucked up.
Oh, Sean, you've never seen a nun? Oh, I went to Catholic school. They were some of the meanest creatures that I have ever encountered. Mother Superior, she used to look like a bulldog because her... I mean, have you ever seen a person that just looked like an entire evil-ass wrinkle? But the strength that those little tiny petite women had when they would paddle your ass, oh, Jesus. We used to march to church every Friday, every Friday morning. That's what kind of Catholic school I went to.
Let some wound up, sexually deprived, eyebrowless cracker hit my kid, bro. That'd be a day. I'm sorry, bro. I can't.
Brother Messi encourages people to read, determines people in fact do read, and now he has a problem. Brother Messi is not the Messiah, but is a hypocrite, brother, since we're talking about the nuns. It's okay. You'll get... First Lady's back? Where? Oh.
Hey, you got Marimba? Marimba in the building. Hey, Marimba.
Why is Goat in the goo?
He's self-flagellating at the time.
Because he was loud and wrong.
Not only was I loud and wrong, I called the brother Mark Andrews, which was just nasty. And that was the point. I wanted to make fun of the Ravens because my team still exists. And my team was the laughing stock of the world.
And Jaden is the offensive rookie of the year.
Oh.
Hey,
it had to be unanimous. Did it just come through?
Breaking news, yeah.
He had to be unanimous, right? Hold on one second. Was it unanimous?
Oh, I don't know about the voting. I just saw it come through.
Amazing. No, man. I'm having a party at the crib. I got heads coming through. It's going to be cracking in here. It's got to be cold outdoors in Philadelphia.
Pause. You said heads coming through. Pause.
Oh my, you guys are about to throw some batteries this year because you guys are going to go, oh my,
Hey man, it's for East Coast supremacy right here, baby.
Wait, where's the awards? Where are you seeing the awards?
Hold on, I'm going to post a link.
Hold on, did the MVP come through as well? Oh, I see it. Oh, this was earlier today. Oh no, that wasn't it. Yeah, put the link on. You know what's wild about the Jaden Daniels stuff? Hold on, Jess. You trying to breathe.
It's in the chat from the Commander's website.
Oh, it says he's Rookie of the Year and the other one. Congrats.
Yeah, I'm in Rookie of the Year.
Hey, go. You see how you use AI to train?
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah, that was dope. That was pretty dope.
He's been doing that since LSU. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Hold on. Did the MVP come out yet? Was it Lamar or?
I'm not sure about that one yet.
I don't think I'm out yet. So while we're doing football, just real quick, I want them to change the awards. I think that Coach of the Year and MVP should be given at the end of the playoffs, and the Offensive Player of the Year, the Rookie of the Year, all that should be regular season. Because after Sunday, Josh Allen should win. Lamar and Josh went head to head, and Lamar could win. But after Sunday, Lamar had some bad turnovers. He played an okay game. It wasn't a bad game. It was an okay game. And Josh played a mistake-free game. Josh Allen played a mistake-free game. I really wish they put that in, because you could be a dope in the regular season and then get bucked out, get bucked in the first round of the playoffs. So I wish they would change that. Anyway, y'all can go back talking about Trump.
I agree.
And the coach, I mean, how did Dan?
Yeah, how is it not Dan Quinn?
It's impossible.
It might
not
go to
to
the
be Dan
Lions
Quinn.
coach or some shit.
Yeah, it probably is going to go to Dan Campbell. Imagine
Bounced
at home as the 1 seed at 15-2.
We lost by 2 touchdowns.
Losing by 2 touchdowns at home as a 1 seed.
To the 6 seed is sick.
Hey, Kim, Doc, this is my first time hearing you off mute, man. You got a nice voice, too, over there.
Stay over there, though.
Slow down, old
bag of chips. Y'all can't take compliments, man, from black men. Y'all, this is a loving brother, man. This come on, man.
Good brother, man. Good brother, man.
Come on, man. Just say, man. You got a nice voice.
Don't be encouraging Omar.
Man, we gotta be more positive in our social interaction.
I agree, Goat. Hey, Goat, I agree, man.
Man, we gotta be positive, man. What did Christ tell us? What did he say? Love thy neighbor as the Kim doctor. Man.
Someone got a little. That was a nice compliment, but someone got a little Aggie in the chat. Please don't come in here and spell out the word ER. Just. I mean, people who talk about reading scripture, who read one scripture out of, one paragraph, like, read about the cubits that it took to build the Ark of the Covenant, and get back to me. Do you read that scripture?
Mickey, you cannot defend the Catholic Church. Again,
I'm not defending the Catholic Church.
You just cannot.
I mean, I was forced to go to Catholic school. Do you think that was my choice? Really? No, it was not.
Well, why would you praise indulgences in 2025?
I didn't praise indulgences. I said the thought of people paying for things to give forgiveness, it would probably make them feel better.
That's called praising indulgence. Do you know the practice of indulgence selling did to humanity?
You think it was indulgences that made humanity icky?
Learn the history about indulgences and then get back to us.
I know the history of indulgences. I wasn't being serious. There's no chance in hell that they're going to start again. I mean, people leave their entire estates to the Catholic Church. It doesn't mean they're going to enter the gates of heaven. No, they also leave it to Jewish community centers as well, but,
Just real quick to Kim Doc. If Washington were to beat Philly,
Yeah.
Sunday.
Wait, first of all, they're gonna tear that fucking city up if Washington beats Philly.
Oh no. But I was just saying, if Washington, he already has an argument now. But if Washington were to beat Philly,
right,
you cannot tell me Jaden Daniels was not the most valuable player.
He's not.
Of the league.
That's easily the best contract, the best fucking rookie contract of all time. Like,
hold on, 1 second, wait.
Well, that's completely incorrect.
Wait, what's completely incorrect?
The rookie contract thing. I mean, it's Brock Purdy, and the guy's getting the least you can possibly get as a rookie contract. But whatever. Do your Jaden Daniels MVP.
Okay.
Yeah. So does somebody disagree if the Redskins go to the Commanders go to the Super Bowl that he wouldn't be the most valuable player?
No, he will not be.
Especially as a rookie.
Have you seen? They had the same guys, and they did shit. He's got these guys, and they're killing it.
Hold on. I'm making a normative claim. I'm not saying he will be. I'm saying he should be.
It's a big if. If it's a big if I had a fifth, I'd be drunk.
I know. So the point is that's why I think they should change the award until after, so that the MVP and Coach of the Year encompass both the regular season and the playoffs. Because you can be a regular season demon like Phillip Rivers and just lose every time in the first round. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, but because you get to the Super Bowl doesn't make you an MVP.
What makes you an MVP? Good.
Overall performance, your quarterback numbers. I mean, really look at some of the other quarterbacks that are really playing good in tougher fucking goddamn divisions. I mean, look at this shitty ass the NFC fucking South. That shit is horrible that Tampa Bay made the fucking playoffs. That's crazy.
Hold on.
That doesn't make any sense.
The way the NFL works is there has to be a team from every division. So that's just self-execution.
Yeah, but as you identified, that should be changed.
Washington's not in that division. What does that have to do with Washington?
I'm just saying that it's not equal across the board. Tampa should not have had an opportunity with a record like that. There were other teams that had a much better record.
What was Tampa Bay's record? Weren't they 11-6?
Weren't they like 10-11?
What's
going on?
They won a division.
Y'all move so fast. Hold on, y'all move so fast. No, Tampa was and who were they? They won NFC South. I mean, you're far away from my argument. My argument is they were 10-7. You don't think 10-7 should be
that shit right?
Hell no.
That's fine. Okay. So hold on. Y'all move so fast. So I'm gonna do your thing, then we'll go back to what we was actually talking about. So what division had the best record this year?
I know the Chiefs.
Nah, the one with the Lions, right?
What division? Yes, the
like
NFC
50
North.
And like 50 and 12 and still all of them went north, right?
NFC North.
Yeah, NFC.
Yeah, with the Vikings.
Yeah, I got it.
NFC.
The NFC North's record was the single best record of any division in the history of the NFL. Okay. Because you talking about record and all that stuff. Derek, what was the NFC North's record in the playoffs this year? Thank you. So, now back to my argument. So the argument I was making about Jaden Daniels is an argument about MVP. If you make it a regular season award, where does value come in? Is it just getting someone to the playoffs and stats? That to me seems, especially in an era of inflated stats, an era when it's only going to triple quarterback. I'll be honest with you, I can't even say Saquon Barkley.
There you go. Now you're talking sense.
He was in the Premier Division too. If a rookie
talking about Patrick Mahomes.
What are you talking about?
He thinks you're talking. No, he thinks you're talking about Patrick Mahomes.
So anyway, back to the original point. So if a quarterback or a quarterback takes a team from the number 2 pick to the Super Bowl in a conference where he had to win every road game, because by the way, this is if they went right, they would have had, as a rookie, he would have had to win every road game. There have been a couple rookie quarterbacks that have won a game or two in the playoffs. All of their defensive have either been number 1, number 2, or number 3 in the league. His defense is number 16 to 18, depending on which metric you use. He is setting rookie records and NFL records, including games with no turnovers and no punts. Do you know that Jaden Daniels in his career already has more games with no turnovers and no punts than Tom Brady, Drew Brees, Patrick Mahomes, and Peyton Manning combined? Now I'll continue. How would he not be the most valuable player? Lamar has stats. Why not give him Offensive Player of the Year? Why wouldn't value be how far you took your team? Same with the coach. Dan Campbell's going to win for the Lions. He just lost at home by 14 points to Dan Quinn, who took a team that had the second worst roster in the league last year to the NFC Championship game. How is he not the coach of the year? I forgot y'all follow football, just me, Kendra.
And I wanted to say, Omar, I hope that Saquon is really resting up because Jalen Hurts, he don't got it right now. That knee is a little shaky.
That's part of being a quarterback, man. A lot of quarterbacks play hurt and shaky.
Yeah, it's that time of the year, man. Everybody's banged up.
Yeah, everybody's banged up. They're going to pull some extra strength from out of nowhere. Believe it or not, a lot of players are going into this motherfucking after the regular season fucked up. You just don't know it.
Listen, that stadium is going to be rocking on Sunday, man. Philly's crazy. You know what our theme song is, Go?
No, what is it?
Too short, blow the whistle.
I love the dude who does that dance. Oh, I do know that. Oh, I love him. And I'm not an Eagles fan, but I love when he does the dance and his neighbor comes across the street with that broom. Man, I haven't gotten up and done the dance because, you know, if you do the dance and put it on Instagram, he'll tag you and stuff, man. But some of y'all, some of the Philly joints, man, I love the Philly dance, man. I really wish you had a different coach so I could root for the Eagles.
And they can't fire him now. Y'all was stuck for like 2 years, and y'all hate that coach. That's sad.
I'm going to make a prediction. I think the Redskins I think the Commanders are going to win, and I'm going to tell you why. Jalen Hurts is injured.
I literally just said that.
That doesn't mean.
Oh, you did? I didn't hear you. When did you say that? I didn't hear
when they said that everybody's banged up. Everybody's banged up.
I'm sorry.
No, they're gonna have to ride Saquon for like 250 yards.
Oh, no.
And I don't think that's happening.
Ma'am, it's going to be about an aerial game. Whoever can get out there and keep the other team's defense on the whatever team can keep the defense on the field the most is going to win.
Yeah, time of possession.
That's right. Whoever can keep the goddamn other team's defense out there long enough, they're going to win this game. It's going to be a nail biter. And remember, it's a division game. So a lot of these division games go either way because it always seems like a division team has the other division's team number sometimes. So you never know who's going to win these division rivalries.
Okay. So, Washington did a pretty good job on Saquon until what he does is, and he did it in the Rams game, it's 2 yards, 3 yards, 8 yards, 2 yards, 3 yards, 7 yards,
50-yard run.
2 yards, 1 yard, 8 yards, 10 yards, 5 yards, 80 yards.
80
you
yards.
Gotta be able. Yeah, you gotta stop that.
They don't call it any given Sunday for a reason.
Okay. What's going on? So anyway, they have familiarity. What really gives me hope is, even though Jalen was hurt last time, Jaden Daniels put up 36 points on that vaunted Philly defense. They just put up 45 on the road. They are really they're actually getting better as the year goes on. The Eagles are in real trouble, and what I respect about Eagles fans is unlike Lions fans. So far, I'm seeing online, the Eagles know to not overlook the team. The Lions were already talking about the NFC Championship going to Detroit. So anyway, y'all do your thing.
Now they're crashing out.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Goat. Hey, Goat, I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't mad at you. Redskins money line. I am not mad at you.
What is it? Plus 350?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it was on Detroit. Let me see what it is right now. It might be lower than that. Man, just money line.
It might be
220s. Yeah, 220 sound about right. Let me ask y'all a question.
Wait, who's favored for your question? Who's favored?
Eagles.
Oh, the Eagles, minus 4.5.
4.5. Okay.
Oh my God, it's only plus 236. That is not good money.
Nah, it's horrible.
But anyway, let me ask y'all a question. What's a good amount of likes to get on a YouTube comment where you like, I can be proud of that? 50?
Yeah.
On one of my YouTube burners, I have been trolling the fuck out of Lions. There's one thing called Woodward Sports where they talk the most shit, and one of their main hosts wished injury on Jalen.
Oh, no.
Jaden. Oh, it was terrible. We're going to send it to the blue tent. I got 115 thumbs up. I feel like I hit the jackpot. I have posted no fewer than 200 comments on Detroit Lions content over the last 3 days.
I'm screaming. Go. I watched the Lions post game after on YouTube. I feel like the Commanders broke them. Like mentally, they were gone, crashing out on everybody.
And what happened today is killing them. Ben Johnson left. They don't know what to do.
Oh no! Which coordinator is that one?
That's the offensive genius.
Oh shit! Wait, where did he go?
Where he went?
Where did he go?
Oh, why do you think he crashed? And he went to the Bears.
No.
Omar, you see that, Omar?
Yeah, they said he was number one coach.
He said, "I'm gonna revitalize Caleb."
Oh God.
Oh. Kim Doctor, how many? No, I was gonna ask a goofy question. I was just curious how many marriage proposals you get in your back channels, but can go back to.
Who? Me?
Kim Doctor. She's gorgeous. She's educated, and she talks about sports. Y'all must be more than.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough right there. That's tough. Yeah.
That's well put. Well put there, Mickey. That's well put. Them doctor bring all of them to the yard, man. That's a different discussion right there. So anyway, they got broke, Kim Doctor. You right. Dudes was crying on here. One dude said he could not eat until Monday morning. One dude said he couldn't watch the games. He said he didn't talk to his family.
Well, but if we're being for real, Jalen and that Hail Mary broke Caleb's season. What they lose, like 6-7 straight after that?
They lost 10 maybe, like 8 or 9, because I think they ended up 5-12, and at that moment they were 4-2, so maybe they lost like 9 out of 10, something crazy like that. I'm gonna tell y'all something as quiet as it's kept. Because many people don't see him unless they intercept balls. But Marshawn Lattimore locked down his side of the field.
No, Mike.
One target.
But isn't it Mikey's? You got to give Mikey. What is his name? Sarensen?
Oh, I get him. Yeah, we'll get to the rook, Mikey Sarensen.
They never throw his way.
But they did the other day.
I mean, yeah, he had a couple issues, but he made up for it with the 2 interceptions.
Yeah. But Marshawn Lattimore had 1 target, 0 receptions, 0 yards. That's called lockdown corner.
But you were.
Then they went to Mikey Sanderson's side. He came up with 2 picks. Right. And you know what was crazy about that, Kim? I don't know if you know this. Yeah. Or you probably know, but you forgot. He went to Michigan. He's a Michigan hero. He was the best player on the defense when they won a national championship last year. And he came in and had 2 interceptions. 2 nasty ones. He intercepted J-Mo and he intercepted Goff. That was nasty. Why did he have J-Mo throwing?
Here's the thing, though. Marshawn got to get his shit together because the game before that, when he was up against Mike Evans, it was real shaky.
You know Mike Evans owned him.
Mike Evans was ready to just stiff arm him.
But you know their history? Do you know their history?
Oh, they throw hands.
That's the light skin wars. It's 2. You've never seen 2 light. The last time 2 light brights went like that, it was Al B. Short and El DeBarge. I'll take good care of you, a secret garden, where temptation is so right that she can make you fall for what you fear. That's the last time you've seen 2 light skins go up against each other like that. Well, that and when Miki and Johnny's go at it. But besides that, you have not seen 2 light skins fight like this in a long time. I'm done.
Go, please.
Hey, Goat, so y'all was hiding Kim Doc all this time? Man, that's crazy. That's crazy.
What's going on? Get that. What have you done to Omar?
Omar's in love.
I'm on mute.
I warned y'all.
Trump will never be replaced in his heart, though, so. Trump and Wendy's. You can eat at Wendy's, Omar? I don't know anybody that eats at Wendy's. Come on.
That PTR is looking like Nuva virus, but. Oof.
Omar, y'all might win elections, but we still got to find the women on this side because we got the black woman, brother.
I see, Go.
Yeah.
I see.
Shout out to no black women being prominent at the inauguration. Everyone now is praising Michelle for.
Oh my God, the president just said.
Jill Biden looked like she was in pain yesterday, having to be there.
Wait, when Biden was smiling like he was an Alzheimer's patient, not being offensive, I'm just. Do y'all remember when? Because I watched it and he just put this goofy ass smile on his face. I was like, really, Joe? It just looked so out of place.
What are they saying about Michelle?
They were glad that. Oh, Miss Deborah, that's a loud background. Oh, in Louisiana. That they were glad that Michelle was not there because no black women participated in the foolishness of the inauguration after that black pastor made a complete mockery of Martin Luther King.
The president just said that the country, the U.S., was at its richest from 1870 to 1913, and that was tariffs from other countries. I can't.
Wait, at like a news conference?
Yeah, he's giving a press conference. White House. Yeah, I'm not. This is gonna be hilarious for you. The country was at its richest from the middle of Reconstruction to the beginning of war. This guy. I'm sorry.
Is he sundowning? Like, what's going on?
No, he's pulling up Biden.
He's crashing out.
He's seen now. He's lost it, and we're gonna see it on full display in the next 4 years. That man's insane.
It's gonna be like watching a Notebook. Like that's what it has to be in like in the Oval Office. Like, what the hell?
We need some MAGA people to come up and just say, you know what? To be honest, now the election's over. Like, even if you don't know anything that much about history, who thinks that's the period? Just based off your common knowledge when the U.S. was richest, 1870 to 1930.
I think that all the intelligent MAGA people have left Clubhouse, so you're not gonna get anyone. You're just gonna get the retards in the room for you to make fun of. It's not gonna be satisfying.
That's a boss.
Where's the MAGA guy? He's Indian. That can't Nav. Nadav.
He's
Nadav
pissed.
or what?
King Nav.
King Nav.
He gonna lose some contract.
Yeah, he is pissed.
They're
We had some
canceling
very,
contracts,
very
yo.
educated ones from the Claremont. If you remember in the early days of Clubhouse, you had some of the most intelligent, erudite MAGA people, like from the Claremont Institute, from Peter Thiel's organization. I miss those days. We just have retards.
That's true.
Hey, go. Sometimes they fuck around. Now they about to find out.
I mean, that's wow.
Yo, they gonna touch a lot of government. So people talk about how many government and federal employees they have. Then when somebody dropped the dime on how many active contracts they have in federal government, they were like, "Holy crap, that's a lot of people." So they about
from a common sense standpoint, I'm just trying to think. Who would honestly believe that 5 years from
Isn't it just to own the libs? Like, what's the worst period that can make the libs freak out? And then there's like, oh, this is a good time frame.
No. It was because that's when we ramped up tariffs. So he's making the argument for tariffs. That's what he's making the argument for. So it's like fake history in order to make up the thing for tariffs. What I've been doing is, and I don't know if people want to be really nerdy, is because Trump has this distinction of being the only non-consecutive president outside of Cleveland. People should go back and read about Cleveland's second term. Shit show.
All the way through California. You're all the way down, and they're bone dry.
I don't know, something about he sounds aged.
He's not gonna make it. It's not Simon.
Sure, they'll involve him and keep him.
Y'all gonna have to hear this news conference. This man is talking about California right now, talking about how bad the water is. They're gonna do an executive order to do something down there, but he says, you gotta have water. Rich people like to take a shower.
He said that.
Yes, that's what he said.
This is true, though.
Give it to him. He's not lying.
Do they like a regular shower?
Golden showers.
And they like to wait.
So he was saying that 38 gallons, 38 gallons is not a lot of water. I don't know what he was trying to say, but after that it was, and rich people like to take showers. So, they need water.
Obsessed with he's been obsessed with showers for decades now. Y'all know about Trump and showers and shower pressure?
He's always talking about water and not enough water. He's been doing this. This isn't new for him.
This is even pre-president. He's been into the shower water and pressure for a long time.
That is true.
Nope, I didn't know about the showers.
Toilet.
I thought it was just he didn't like to touch stuff.
Yeah, and toilet flow. He's really into that.
He talks about dishwashers, showers, toilet flow.
Yeah, he talked about the toilet flow too.
He doesn't.
Oh my God.
He doesn't like the double flush.
Come on, I'm gonna defend not him, but let's be fair. All of us have a thing at our house or in the world that is our little hobby horse, and they're always kind of weird. I mean, that kind of makes them human. Like, let me name.
Oh, I like ice makers.
Like stuff like that. Like, I don't like when people put Q-tips or floss in the toilet. It just pisses me off.
Who does that?
In the toilet.
Who does that? It's such a stupid thing.
People do it all the time.
Really?
Come on now. Dang, I haven't seen that.
No,
Yeah, it's usually white. It's usually white. That's a problem. Q-tips in the toilet is not a place.
And other things that
Yeah,
ladies.
but other things that ladies.
Oh, the dude.
No, I was.
The dude wipes.
I was just gonna say, poor people like showers too. Why not? People want to take a shower.
Yeah,
Why
but poor
rich
people rather work an extra shift. Poor people rather work an extra shift. Make more money.
I mean, what are you talking about? Rich people, just people want to be able to take a shower.
Well, in his world, he says poor people don't take a shower. He says poor people don't take a shower. He used to make fun of Bannon. He used to make fun of Bannon, how disabled Bannon always lived.
Poor people too busy working trying to make extra money. They could care less about a shower. If it's between a shower and picking up an extra shift, it's an extra shift.
Please don't say that. I love how you elevated Negroes on this app love to talk about what poor. You're not. Shut up. Just get. Anyway, I thought that executive orders were for federal agencies. I didn't think they just expanded into the universe. Like what?
Clouds.
So you know, not listening intently, I think there's going to be the executive order, and included in it, whatever it is, would include working to get the water running and flowing like it needs to flow, because he called them stupid. He said these people are stupid. So however they've managed the water and the issues with the water, whatever that is, they didn't do it right. So the order is to put things in place to do it because they're stupid.
Yeah, because in California, you have water rights to the farmers, an exit.
Your mic on. Breaking news: more of the Pete Hegseth allegation, etc., have come out from his.
Repeat that.
Sister-in-law. The Hegseth allegations from hold on, Danielle Hegseth, who is
The ex-sister-in-law.
Yeah. How can they have the same last name?
His ex-wife.
A bunch of wives.
He does over here. He's one of his ex-wives.
How could his sister-in-law have the same last name?
His brother's wife.
Yeah, maybe that.
But I thought she was the wife. Oh, okay. So it's his brother's wife about Pete Hegseth's wife. Okay, yeah, that was. I mean, so this is from Wall Street Journal. Victim of emotional abuse, that sort of thing. He followed me out of the room. Quote: He followed me out of the room and yelled at me that I was disrespecting by walking away. They had a code word for safety. All types of shit. More stuff on alcohol.
Is she on an NDA? Because if she isn't, then because everybody else was on an NDA.
If it's his sister-in-law, I wonder if he would have signed. Like his mother said some stuff about him too, that she had to retract when she realized she was fucking the bag up.
She didn't have to. She just did it.
The joke kind of underlined the fact that I'm not saying she was legally compelled to do it. I'm just saying that,
Didn't she already do
his family? How is this happening?
Someone said she's divorced from the family.
The fuck?
She ain't got no allegiance left.
It just seems like the family has issues with him as well, including his mother. And mothers love their sons no matter how terrible they are, but the initial letters seem to be a person that doesn't appreciate the person their son has become. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's more.
The damage was done the minute she said it. Even though she retracted it, the damage was already done.
And they still want to confirm him. I don't care what those.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Republicans are going to confirm him.
I don't think the damage was done until he's not confirmed. It doesn't seem to me that that mission has been derailed in any way. You need the victims. You need the victims.
His mother saying that did not help. How many mothers
Just
come
like
out and say that shit against the son?
Kennedy's family came out against him, but you see that didn't help very much.
It doesn't. You need the victims to speak, and people really feel a type of way about lawsuits and NDAs as it relates to sexual assault. And unless the victim can put a face on the accusation, sexists are just going to blame them as liars and defend the attacker.
I don't think these
Which
are
is what's happening.
NDAs. This is his ex-wife. I don't. What do you guys
No,
talking
not
about?
his family. No, I'm not talking about his family being
Somebody
held under
said
an
breaking
NDA.
news.
Yes, Donald Trump said he's going to put death penalty to anyone who's bringing fentanyl over.
You gotta stop giving these people breaking news.
What'd you say? Wait. Come
Fucking
on. What'd you
ridiculous.
say, CJ?
Fucking
I
ridiculous.
said Donald
They want
Trump
to be
said
goat
he.
so bad.
Who the fuck is working? Stop! Go ahead, CJ.
Donald Trump in the press conference said he's going to bring death penalties to anyone who's coming over the border bringing fentanyl.
So we're now say fuck the last conversation. We're just gonna talk about this one because you said breaking news.
Oh my gosh, go back to the conversation.
What was the breaking news?
Oh God.
Oh no, because I just seen a breaking news too. San Diego has wildfires.
Christ. Oh my God.
So I don't know if you guys seen that. There's wildfires in San Diego.
I got breaking news too. It's snowing in Atlanta, and these motherfuckers are in.
Oh, it was snowing in Houston too.
These motherfuckers. I had to cut the girl out just a minute.
I got breaking news.
John Bolton has lost his social. Shut
Oh,
up.
we said that earlier.
It's time to go at any time.
John Bolton, shut up before I
The
make
wildfires is in the chat.
Shut up, doctor. Shut up. Shut up. John Bolton has lost his Secret Service detail. Trump said, "Fuck you, let Iran have it."
I'm just want to say that ICE can now raid hospitals because I know they're going to do that in Houston. I know they're going to do that. That's just so disgusting and sad.
You said they're going to raid Houston hospitals?
No, ICE can now raid hospitals.
Oh.
That's one of the places they can target.
They always can. They always could.
A hospital?
They could. ICE could go into anywhere except a church where they didn't go into, but they can. They could have.
Yeah, churches.
Why is it being reported now that it's
Churches was the only place because they
Let me
had probably
see
had
if
a
there's something
policy.
different.
They probably had a policy from an administration that prevented them from doing it. But if you look at the statute, they could go into any place. They could raid any place except churches.
That makes me
What a disgraceful day when we got real people being like, we're shipping water and food into churches and shit to keep people from getting like taken out of the country. But it's just gonna be.
Okay. So this is an affidavit. Let me read some of the stuff. This is new. It involves a restaurant called the Wild Onion. Kimberly, I don't know if you saw this, but there's more from the allegations coming. If you saw this part, it's who is this? Wall Street Journal. Hold on, I gotta go back up. Yeah, Wall Street Journal. Okay. As I told the FBI, he acted this way in public establishments too. For example, on a night in 2013 at a family event. Do you guys know all this? The yes means no, no means yes, or is this new to y'all? I don't want to bore people.
It's new. Go ahead.
New to me.
And the Hicks said he went out to a bar later in the evening called the Wild Onion. That's a good name for a bar. Anyway, redacted had said they got very drunk at this bar and ultimately ended up dancing with gin and tonics in each hand and dropping several glasses on the dance floor, making a mess. When redacted, the name, whoever it was, person X, finally dragged him out of the bar. And as they walked back to my apartment, X had repeatedly shouted, "No means yes." I took this to mean that in his opinion, non-consensual sex, rape is okay. As I told the FBI on another night in approximately 2013, X had worked out at a bar in downtown Minneapolis called Prohibition. X had drank so much that night he passed out in the bar bathroom. Yet another night at Birch Restaurant in Minneapolis, X had drank so much at dinner, the Uber driver had to pull over to the side of the interstate so he could throw up. As I told the FBI in instance, I did not personally witness, but that blank told me in the next morning was the night 2009 when blank and X's were out in downtown Minneapolis. X's was in town for a drill with the National Guard. They were at a bar, blank, and blank noticed X's had left. Blank found him in a nearby strip club called Seville, drunk, in his military uniform, getting lap dances. Blank had to drag him out of the strip club. When Blank told me the story, he told me that Hexet should not have done this, and this was a violation of military rules. I believe Hexet to be an erratic, volatile person with alcohol abuse problem. I do not believe so forth and so on. And then it's just responses from the Hexet people. So this goes to this was a statement to the Senate Armed Services, the get this. And this was in response to Senator Reed, Jack Reed from Rhode Island, who was frustrated at the end.
So this is normal behavior in the military. People getting shit-faced drunk and throwing up and doing crazy shit.
We know.
People gonna look at this, this is normal. It is. So
it's not normal for people in command.
Back in your day.
No, it's not. No, not for people in
That ain't
command.
normal no more. That's not normal. Not for officers. That's some back in your day shit.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
My day ended in 2015.
Well,
We wasn't doing that. I was in the HBCT.
A lot of that behavior.
I was in third ID. Most of my
that
career.
behavior goes unpunished. That's normal.
Yeah,
that kind of
exactly.
Check this out. I don't know where y'all been, but I've been in third HBCT. I was in third ID. I was in freaking second HBCT. We didn't do that shit.
Maybe you didn't, but read news articles over the past 10 years about behavior of officers, reserve and active duty, not getting punished for their behavior against women and other kinds of shit.
No. We're not saying that doesn't occur. We're not saying that doesn't occur, but that's not normal behavior.
Okay, let me tell you.
Like, come on, man. Not especially in uniform.
So,
the bad thing about it is most of these darn military bases, if you're in the Army, most of those military, I think it's maybe normal for some National Guard motherfucker.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. That's not normal for active duty. So whoever came off mic to say that shit is normal, you fucking crazy.
ML did.
Ain't no fucking officer fucking in uniform at the damn club and fucking getting shit-faced drunk, letting somebody do a lap dance. You fucking dumb.
Too much on the lap dances.
Well, uniform is one thing. That's for me. That wouldn't be that frequent. But like when I was stationed in Hawaii, I saw so many officers when I went to the officer club on Pearl, or I went to Schofield Barracks, or anywhere. I saw officers act a fool.
So guess what? I've been stationed in Hawaii. I've been stationed in Hawaii. I was stationed in Hawaii for almost 8 years, and I can tell you that damn officer club is no longer an officer club.
Yeah, it's a joint club now. Yeah.
Right.
But
so I don't know what y'all did
though.
back in the day. I could tell you
that.
that.
1990 something.
Yeah, that got to be in the 90s because I can tell you that ain't none of that shit happening in no goddamn 2000.
Well, the interesting thing is the military still has a high rate of DUIs.
Yep.
Officers and enlisted.
Yes, that's
true. That's true. I'm not gonna even front on that, but ain't nobody fucking wearing no goddamn uniform, fucking getting lap dances. I ain't never seen that shit.
No, Patty. No. Like I said,
these motherfucking civilians will turn your ass in just that quick because they don't want military in their town.
In a heartbeat.
But I could tell you in Hawaii at the strip club when those aircraft carriers came in or the ships came in.
I believe you.
Everybody at the strip club were Navy, and they would
y'all used to punch people in the face.
That is true.
Right. So this is the 90s. I'm talking about the 20s. I remember in the 90s. I was still.
You were high school.
I wasn't even
in the 90s. In the 90s, I saw units disbanded for this kind of behavior and other UCMJ violations. They disbanded the whole goddamn unit, officers down.
So you know
in the
funny?
90s, I flooded my mama's floor trying to mop the floor because I didn't know how to mop.
You know what's funny? In Hawaii, if the Navy and Marines fought each other, or the Army fought any of the service members, they would have they would have town patrols. The military police would go around. They would hold them and actually release them for fighting each other. And I never seen that at any other installation or any other location where people actually fought each other and were not prosecuted. That's how crazy it was back in the 90s.
Oh, I believe that because Hawaiians, they down for the fight. They don't be shooting. These motherfuckers wanna put fisticuffs. They don't play that shit. But I don't know nothing about no military, especially officers fucking in no goddamn uniform doing a lap dance. I've never seen that in my entire life. Never.
Well, definitely.
I done got phone calls. I done got phone calls from my brigade commander because a soldier was fucking drinking in a goddamn restaurant. and we had to look at what time he left, because you're not supposed to be drinking in uniform, and you're not supposed to be fucking in no restaurant 2 hours after fucking getting off.
Yeah, you guys have different rules. I mean, in the uniform in a restaurant thing, the Air Force tried that and they actually abolished it. But you guys have kept that shit.
Don't say that shit. You know what I mean? Phone calls I got on some dumbass soldiers. And I really think that rule's bullshit. They might be taking their wife out to dinner, right, and they got off late, and I done got phone calls about this shit.
Well, that Article 133 gets tossed around a lot. 133.
Well, I don't toss it around.
That's the number one, right? If you look at everybody that's been robbed of command, that's the one charge they always add.
Article
or they've lost faith in your ability to command.
But the interesting thing is, squadron commanders seem to get around a lot of the sexual harassment shit, because that makes or breaks a fucking commander's goddamn career.
Trust me.
So a lot of shit has been swept under the rug by division commanders and base commanders, because they don't want that shit on their record.
So in the Air Force, before you take command, before I became a squadron commander, I had to go to squadron commander school. And they literally tell you that women are attracted to men in certain leadership positions. That doesn't mean because you now have a commander, you have G series orders that you're any funnier, or you any handsomer, or any of the attributes you could attach to a cool person. And the thing about it is that I consistently saw my fellow commanders get in trouble, because we still have. I mean, they should talk to. Especially when I was in South Korea. My commanders would try to flirt with all my lieutenants, because I had a bunch of female lieutenants that worked for me and captain, and my fellow commanders, lieutenant colonels, would always say, "Hey man, we come into your squadron to hang out." So every squadron had their own
little hooch
hangout area. They had their hooch. Their hooch. And them fuckers would always come to my hooch, because the fact is that they thought that my lieutenants and captains were fucking good looking, and they would want to come there and hang out. And those fuckers are married. And it was just so, and they would be flirting and doing all that shit, and I'm looking at, your motherfucker is trying to lose your command. But they don't care.
A remote base is a very tough and complex thing. You have a lot of married people that go over, and they embarrass themselves by having
the ring comes off after the second week. The ring comes out after 2 weeks.
Short tours are tough. That's why they call a lot of them women over there Korean queens. There are women that go over there that they wouldn't have a second look in the United States, but go over there and frequent trips.
A dozen queens. Deployments overnight. No, in deployments, Iraq, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, wherever. Girl, any woman that comes there, boy, no matter what she looks like, she's gonna get people are gonna pay her attention.
That's a preferential treatment. Look, in wartime and in remote bases, one of the most remote bases in the Air Force, Shimian, Alaska, that base is a 5-mile base.
Were you Air Force?
Were you
Air Force?
Yes.
Oh, that's like Shimia. When you say Shimia, I'm like, man, that shit closed down a long time ago.
People stationed at Shimia, no.
Yeah.
Look, ain't nothing coming on that base unless it's by air.
Yep.
And I can tell you this, you don't get any more remote than Shimia.
Yeah, because the hours of darkness. But you know what was funny? When I was in Afghanistan, I was part of the IG. And some of the biggest complaints we had to go investigate was sexual harassment at some of the FOBs. And it was rampant. I literally had to fly in, and I had to go and relieve a major, a captain, and a second lieutenant. But they were all Army National. They were all Army Guard. I had to relieve all of them of duty, because the rampant sexual harassment of a Navy foreman that was there, female, that was going on. They literally had open showers, and you could go on top of the building and look down into a shower. When that girl took showers, they would all just climb up on top of there. And then she complained to leadership, and they did nothing about it. And I actually had to go out there and investigate and relieve it. And that was not the only example. Numerous of the times, as soon as I got to a location, because I did part of my ISAV duty was when I went to a location, it was to worry about have individual one-on-one with all the females and one-on-one with mostly all the younger enlisted personnel to see if they're actually being treated fairly.
Well, the uniform doesn't change behavior. It only promotes you to conceal it. Uniform is not going to make a
this
bad
is the
actor.
thing. Y'all talking from let me interrupt real quick. Y'all talking from an Air Force perspective, right? And y'all really don't have checks and balances like that. I mean, when we would be deployed with y'all, even in, just say for example Kuwait, y'all military base is like so open and free. When it comes to the Army, right? So we have to do this thing called fire guard where we got to check rooms. We got to check fucking beds. If there's a time that they got to be in their bed, in their room, we have to check that shit. So when we're on the Air Force base, y'all motherfuckers be outside. So I don't know what y'all got going on over there. Yeah, y'all be outside.
Hey, the Air Force is crazy.
Yeah, but the
one thing about the Army, they got so many of us that you got one time to see something and not report it, right? What ends up happening, let me tell you how stupid some people are. So like y'all say certain people don't report shit, they let it go. I'm gonna tell you, if one soldier says, I told Shazza this, and this, or I seen Shazza standing in front of PX when I got in the guy's car, you know Shazza's gonna get relieved of command. Like, just because the motherfucker saw me. So they tell you in the Army, and that's a board question for them enlisted soldiers. Who is responsible for safety? Everyone. Who's responsible for the well-being? All that. It's everyone. So if you're in the area, I could say I really didn't see it, and I probably didn't see it, but I can get relieved because I was in the area. And the soldier identified me as being able to see it. Because y'all know, in the military, you're guilty before proven innocent.
Well, the UCMJ is so complex. The UCMJ is so complex. They have, even if they don't have a rule against it, they have a particular article that covers every goddamn thing.
Article 1, it's Article 34.
Yeah, they have an article that covers everything
Article
else
34.
that ain't been fucking done yet. So again, yes, it is a little biased against the service member for the fact that they want to make the military look as clean and squeaky as possible. But as I said, the uniform does not prevent a person from having bad behavior. It only promotes the person in trying to conceal that behavior.
Yep. But you know what's weird? That people think that Hagsaf is such, he was in the National Guard. He wasn't on, I don't think he was ever on active duty where he actually did an active duty tour where Title 10 was for a long period of time. I think he did a couple of deployments. I think he did Cuba, and he did a couple of deployments. But it's not like, and I found out, especially when I did inspections, and because I had Army guys who were in the IG too. They would always tell me when I came back and I wrote up you drafted your report and you brief it on what transpired. They would always say, "Oh, it's small army." So, Patty, you guys refer to National Guard as small army, reserve as small army, and you guys are big army. So you guys, it's a small army. I was like, no, they're army. Their uniform says army. So you need to take credit for that. And they were like, no, we're not taking credit for that one. I was like, no, it is big army. The same thing when we used to be at the cafeteria, the DPAC, and when fat people walk by, we would be like, they were like Air Force or Navy. I was like, no, army. They're like, small army. So you guys deleting it quick.
Well, the interesting thing, all branches have a problem with fraud, waste, and abuse. No one branch has any leverage over the other. I mean, there was a huge scandal that went on at Nellis Air Force Base with military-grade night vision and other weapons that were being stolen right out of the Army. So don't think the Air Force somehow is not proactive in it. They are proactive in it. The fact of the matter is that different bases have different level of security and responsibility. I mean, hell, you go to Korea, everything is wide open in Korea because they don't really care. The shit is gonna get blown up if a war kicks off anyway. That's why a lot of shit don't get repaired.
I could not believe how Air Force enlisted talked to their officers. I was in shock for a full week working as a civilian in the medical hospital. I was like,
no, that's awesome.
The interesting part about it is that
did she just say that to him? And they're like, what? I'm like, y'all wouldn't last a minute. You wouldn't last a minute in the army. Just no.
But I can tell you, I remember when the first time I went to Afghanistan, the guys on my detail, the guys who were on my team, I was the only Air Force guy, because everybody was in the Army then. We didn't care if you were Air Force. They're like, oh yeah, go to the. And the Army guys would always tell me, man, why you Air Force officers are so cool? I was like, what are you talking about? It's like, you guys don't want to harass us. You guys just, we go do what we have to, we come back, and you guys, I say, yeah, because we treat our airmen like they're adults. And so, Patty, even your truth was saying that Air Force officers are way cooler.
Well, that's always been the history of
Yeah, they do. They do
like
say
the
that.
Army,
They do say that because y'all more relaxed. For us,
well, they
it's like,
always they always made it seem like the Army and Marines were always hardcore and always to the letter, which is not the case. It depends on whether or not your base has nepotism, whether or not, depending on the commanding officer, whether they're a little lax. But believe it or not, there are some hardcore military Air Force bases that don't fuck around. And they don't
I know I'm not even in the military, and I wanted to join the Air Force, but the joke is that you'll just never be able to get in touch with them because they're never in the office, and they really are never not. They really are. I'm serious. Every time I went down there, so they were never there, and I was like, oh, because they was like, oh, it's way more relaxed. That is the what I heard, and from that experience, I was
relaxed. They're very relaxed.
So just one thing I can tell you about the Air Force. The Air Force is one of the only service, the Navy too, that a lot of our jobs to prepare you for civilian world, a seamless transition.
Yeah, ML, but ML, you got to be truthful.
One of the biggest selling points of the Air Force.
That hasn't been an absolute case, because believe it or not, it's still very difficult to transition from active duty to civilian life. That's why they have transition assistance and all the other things. Companies are getting a little better with it, but even when it comes to a federal job, the way you put an application in for a federal job and a federal government job versus a regular civilian job is different.
Yeah,
if you've ever gone to any of those courses, it's very different. So it's always been discounting that. It's always been difficult to translate that. That's why they've always had such a problem, because AFSCs and MOSs and shit, they are very more detailed in what you do, but it has more of a military description of it and not a civilian. They've been working on that for years, and they still haven't got it down.
So Derek, let me tell you, I'm just counting that. I'm saying that the Air Force have so many more jobs that are technical, that they have a civilian equivalent. Don't care. I don't care how you did your resume, how you transferred your skills to a resume in order to apply for a job. That's a whole nother conversation. Because if you went to transition assistant, you actually went through the 2-week or 1-week class. It's not a bad class. I mean, the officers, we got a different class than the enlisted. Well, us and chiefs, the class that I went to was E9s and above, and lieutenant colonel.
But ML,
every not and above. If you're
every branch, when it comes to basic skill training, you have carpool in the Army, just like you have in the Air Force. You have logistics, supply.
You say carpool, what's that?
So a lot of
transportation.
A lot of those jobs do translate into basic skills. Again, even communications. There's no different than communications in the Army than it is out in the civilian world, especially when it comes to technology. It's all the same. The servers that they use in the Army ain't no different than the servers they use in
No, but Derek, it is different, Derek. I remembered because I was in comm too. I remembered when I was in comm at Luke Air Force Base in Arizona, and they had found we had foundry and Cisco switches, and then there's a base in I forget the name of it. It's in Arizona. What's the name of that base again? Close to the Mexican border. Fort Huachuca. Fort Huachuca's network went down, and they literally had to call us to come and bring it back up.
But I'm talking about the basic skills of networking is no different than in the military than it is in the civilian world. The protocols, everything is the same. Switches, routers, all that shit is the same. So there's nothing different. As I said, translating what you did is the biggest problem. It's not getting the skills. An Army communications person that works on networks is no different than the Air Force. There is
a difference. Okay, so the Air Force, one part of our network, they're called they're called tech controllers, which are the best in all the armed services. So a tech controller, if you Google it, they're also called water walkers. As a water walker, our water walker folks are trained so heavily. I mean, those guys actually helped write the source code for a lot of the Cisco switches back in the day. And remember, we used to go to Cisco headquarters to actually train those people. So when you look at like for instance, like even the firewall, I don't know if you're a network guy, but if you understand Sidewinder was the old firewall that a lot of the armed forces use. Even Sidewinder protocols were drafted by Apple. Even Microsoft's able to do the email thing and have all the email server and being able to have multiple domains. That came from the Apple.
So that's what I'm saying. Just the basic bottom line skills are the same, but they still have a problem translating it from civilian, from military to civilian. No, there's no different training you're going to get to know how to log into a switch, to know how to FTP. All of that shit is the same. You get taught the same protocols. There's nothing different. So I'm talking about the baseline understanding and knowledge of networking does not change.
I got some breaking news.
Yes, please.
Sexual assault is so frequent in the military that estimates are up to 25,000 a year. There was reportedly 23,000 sexual assaults by military personnel in 2023.
Well,
Carry on.
We're not disagreeing with that. As I said, a lot of it gets swept under the rug because commanders lay a blind eye to a lot of that shit because they don't want to ruin their commands.
Exactly, literally just one. So when I was in Korea, I was the commander for the wing staff agency. So in the airport, you have called the wing staff agency. So I was the group commander for the wing staff agency, and we have this, mind you, because the wing commander normally doesn't have really any personnel with the police except his executive officer. Everybody else works for a group commander on airport bases. So there's this pilot who, and mind you, sexual harassment and fell under me. So the sexual harassment guy worked for me. He was a major. And so this captain, who's an airport pilot, you know how much money we spend to train our F-16 pilots, was literally raped a girl. He raped an enlisted girl. And the wing commander was trying to give him a pass, saying that the evidence doesn't substantiate charges against him. Literally, we had to consistently go back, and we had the legal guy actually calling back to command headquarters back in Hawaii, to PACAF command, so that they could push the commander in order to bring charges against this captain, because the commander did not want to ruin his career and wanted to hear the written go. And I never saw such a huge miscarriage of justice that was unfolding before my eyes. And he was trying to ask me to look the other way. And I was like, bro, I can't. So me and the legal guy were like, no, we're going to take this above our boss's head and go to command and say, hey, we have a problem here. And the wing commander, they were going to relieve him of duty, but they never did. And they didn't fire him, but the guy still got prosecuted. And he ended up going to jail. I think he got 9 months in prison for rape. And it took them like 2 years later in order to actually send him to the trial took that long. And normally rape trials in the Air Force are a lot quicker than that.
So he only got 9 months for raping someone on the job?
Yep. Well, it was alcohol and blah, 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 blah.
What does that mean?
9 months.
Yo, fuck the military. Don't send your kids there. Don't send your kids there.
The interesting thing about military, if you've ever worked an extra duty while you were in, sometimes you may get the duty to work corrective custody. And mainly that's escorting people who have actually decided who chose not to go with a court-martial or any other judicial punishment other than going to corrective custody. So that is restricted to base for a certain period of time or whatever. You can still go to your job or whatever, but you actually stay in a dorm if you live off base. And it could be anywhere from 10 months, 9 months, whatever is dictated. And that would be your form of punishment for whatever it may be. You know, obviously, if it's some sort of
by this standard, Pete Hegseth is qualified to be Secretary of Defense. Clearly, he fits in. He fits in.
Does somebody have most locks
It doesn't work like that at all in the Army.
Well, that's why I was saying.
So in the Army, they look at, so CID and MPI, they look at the cases, right? I'm going to tell you what they do. It can be local, it can be, or it can be UCMJ. Wherever you're going to get the most time is where they're going to send you. So if they think, if the state says, hey, UCMJ, they're going to give her more time, they're going to give you to the fucking wolves. If CID or MPI thinks you're going to get more time with the state, they're going to give your ass to the state.
Yeah, you know
I don't know what y'all be doing in the Air Force. That's some weird shit.
No,
correct.
the Army, it's also the jury. It's also the jury. One time I sat on a jury.
So that's not how it works with us. So with
Every
CID,
branch has
they look at the
correctional
case.
custody. Every branch has correctional
No,
custody.
I didn't say they did. Can you let me finish?
But you're saying it doesn't work that way.
No. It doesn't work like that. No, I didn't say shit about no goddamn correctional custody. We have D-cell too, but it doesn't work like that. With our cases, we have to share it with local law enforcement.
Yeah, I think you guys.
Look at the overall case. We have this thing called. We have a whole nother, not JAG. It's a whole nother branch. What is it? TDS. They look at the case. They look at what the maximum time can be on the local side or the state side versus what we have in the military, and they make a decision between either the military and the fucking authority.
What I find most interesting about this data.
What y'all be doing in the Air Force where y'all just say we're gonna go lock them up on the throne?
Hold on, Ryan. I know.
So, Patty, listen to this one. So one time I sat on a court martial. I was a captain then, and this kid was enlisted, and he was arrested for sexually molesting his stepdaughter, and I was the only black person on that court martial, and them motherfuckers wanted to give that motherfucker 3 months. I was like, hell no. He molested his stepdaughter. Are you fucking insane?
I have more breaking news. So even though the DOD estimated 25,000 rapes in 2023, what was reported by all military branches was about 6,000. About 6,000 rapes and sexual assaults are reported, but the Department of Defense estimates it's astronomically more than that. So when you think about Pete Hegseth coming in to run DOD, what is his objective in removing women from the workplace? How does that contextualize with his behavior as a representative veteran, meaning likely to rape and abuse women? That's how I view vets. And so I think it's true. The guy who talks about raping women all the time.
No, you never heard me talk about raping nobody.
Yeah, you talk,
motherfucker. You piece of shit.
Why we got to get all crazy now? God damn.
No, don't talk about veterans and fucking rapists, you bitch ass, you piece of shit,
he wasn't
motherfucker.
saying veterans were rapists. He was reading some.
Did you see what he fucking said?
He wasn't.
Do your ears not work?
And then
Do your ears not work?
Say that about Haitian.
Do your ears not fucking work?
Look, the man is reading statistics, man.
I don't give a fuck what he's reading. There's no statistic that says veterans rape motherfucking people. So show me that fucking statistic.
So articulate in the airport, you have what you call, in the military, you have restricted reporting and you have unrestricted reporting. So it's not like it's not being reported, but the victim decides that they were going to report it, but they want to remain anonymous and they just want to say that I got raped so I could get the mental health or whatever they need, but they don't want the person prosecuted. They don't want to go for trial and all that stuff.
Retaliation is a real thing in the military. So a lot of times,
I know.
Retaliation is a real thing, whether you think it or not. Just because you think you're in a strict organization like the military, that people get a fair shake. No, they don't.
So it doesn't work like that on the Army side either, because I used to be the damn OIC for one of the EOAs right before they came up with SHART. So what happens is, if we do have a restricted or unrestricted, the soldier immediately gets to go where they want to go. They can go to any military base because they made a report. They can leave. I don't know what y'all got going on in the Air Force. I know y'all.
That is true. Patty, that is every service.
Or what service you was in, or what year you was in the military. But I'm telling you now, and when I was the OIC for that EOA, and I can screenshot you my goddamn my OER, my evaluation report. And I had to handle 200 and some odd cases. I could tell you, there's no fucking way that some fucking soldier got raped and she went back to work and they fucking was retaliating. That shit don't work like that.
That
The
didn't happen.
immediate day that you fucking reported, that person is pulled out of the fucking unit.
Yep. And that's the thing about it. Yes, that is true. And the thing about it is that you give the victim the option if she wants to go back to that unit also. And sometimes the majority of the time we detail the victim to another unit. And also the perpetrator also get relief from the unit and detailed someplace else until the case is done. And also if somebody is that mentally fucked up after the rape, we do give them they normally get orders in like 2 or 3 days and they're off the
Exactly.
Because it's one of my responsibilities when I was in IG and I did those investigations in the war zone, like that girl when I went to the site that she was at was called Spin Bullback, it's in Kandahar, Afghanistan. I got her on a next helicopter flight out the morning after she told me exactly what was happening to her, because you just don't know. People could actually. I got on a flight out the next morning. She was gone before we started our investigation and before we let the FOB commander know what my intention was. And imagine my job was so dangerous that the people who protected me was Blackwater. I had Blackwater escort, especially when I went and did those investigations, because they didn't trust other military people. And the FOB commander kept asking me, hey, where's she going? How can you just take it? I goes, yes, here's my authority to actually release stuff from this particular FOB and send her back to the FOB commander was so scared. He kept on pressing me. Hey, can I talk to you? I said, no, we have to conduct an investigation. But can I see the report? I said, no, I'm going to go back to Kabul. I'm going to draft my report. I'm going to release my report. And I'm going to let the station, whatever action they have to take. And that's when all three of them will release from the matter. So the effort on the other military service, when it comes to carrying out justice, especially in sexual assault and sexual harassment, if the individual wants stuff, she wants justice for herself, all the services take the same action. And there's no difference, really. In my experience especially working in a joint command.
It is not the most desirable thing to do when you have to deal with those cases, but they do have to be dealt with just because of the history of a lot of it getting pushed under the rug.
So yeah, so that is something that they teach you at Diomi. If I went to Diomi, I had to go to Diomi for this stupid school, right? So when we go to this school, they do teach us what happened in the past, what we got to do to move forward. I can tell you this, even as an EOA, we had an EOA pulled back for an incident that was 5 years, like he was an EOA 5 years before I even fucking touched ground. And I could tell you, he got pulled back because supposedly at the time he said it was restricted because he didn't keep proper records, write his memorandum from records, upload them into the database. This soldier said she didn't want restricted, she wanted unrestricted. She went to behavioral health. She was saying she was having mental issues. She had told the EOA. The EOA gave her some advice about not reporting it or whatever. And pretty much, like, he got relieved. He locked it. And this is the thing. This dude was getting ready to retire. You can lose your retirement. People think you've been in the Army for 20 years. You're supposed to get your retirement. These motherfuckers, this dude was in the Army for like 23 years, and they were telling, from my understanding, he was not going to get his retirement pay. Because they consider you, in the military, once it's UCMJ, anybody that has knowledge of this shit is part of the rape.
They have changed a lot over the years. They even have treatment for that for veterans who were sexually assaulted, and that didn't used to be the case. And they pay you $1,000 a month for the rest of your life if you got some type of sexual something in your record.
if you, even if you don't have it in your record and you can make a compelling argument before you get out, they brief these soldiers during transition if you've ever been touched inappropriately, felt like you've been sexually assaulted, anything. They can write a statement. The military will look over it, and that can be something like it's almost like it's a compensation for the rest of your life, and it's $1,000.
Patty, can it be part of a disability too if a person suffers PTSD?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
so
is.
you can get your disability check, right? Let's say you get your disability check, you get your $4,200 a month at 100%, right? On top of your disability, you get that additional $1,000.
Yeah, so you really have to understand people looking from the outside think that the military is an abandonment of people. And sometimes, one thing I didn't like the military in the 90s, they used to look at the whole person concept. So for instance, people would say, oh, he's such a good airman, this will ruin his life. He just raped somebody. And this is your defense? I used to have senior enlisted people coming into my office trying to tell me, oh, sir, he's such a good airman, and blah, blah, blah. I was like,
They do that in the Air Force.
I was like, what's wrong with y'all?
I had a senior NCO who was over the lab, right? And the colonel, who was a woman, she was the one who hired me as a civilian. One morning we had drawn blood, and he was coming at us to tell us something to do. And I said, I'll do it after we take care of drawing an infant's blood, because we had a stat to draw on the baby. He grabbed my coat sleeve as I turned to walk away and ripped it. We had paper lab coats then. He grabbed it and tore it, right? And I turned around and I'm like, I can't believe you just did that. And he said, well, you need to listen to me. I'm like, excuse me, don't say anything else to me. I took my lab coat off. I was so fucking mad. I took it off, I put it in my locker, and I locked it up so that he couldn't do anything with it to say he didn't do it. Because it was, there was another airman with me. We had to do blood together that way, a civilian and airman. And I went back and put it in my locker, and I went straight to the lieutenant colonel's office, and I told her what happened. She said, well, let me get the civilian, I forget what they were. They were over civilians in the hospital. Anyway, they came down, long story short. Both those women sat there, and the lieutenant colonel said, well, he probably did that, Miss Floyd, because you're very friendly with everybody. And I'm like, what? He tore my coat.
Yep,
and then
blame the victim.
Well,
he came after me,
even when he was told to stay away, he came after me in the drawing room when I had patients I was drawing.
Y'all be mad free over there in the Air Force, man.
He was crazy. He was fucking crazy. My mother and my sister got on the phone to our senator, both of our senators, and the hospital commander was like, why has no one told me about this? It was crazy that day. It was so wild. He eventually got relieved of his command, but he had been assaulting his wife. He had charges for assaulting his wife. And this man was still a senior NCO. He was doing domestic violence. This man was crazy.
So
and
April,
then,
one thing
after he got in trouble, then he started going around to the Air Force airmen in the lab, each one in his office, asking them to go and say something for him to the hospital commander that would get him out of trouble. He was pressuring them. He came and told me he had access to my medical records, and he would make sure that he had a copy of them. Yes, this man was fucking crazy. Fucking nuts, he was. Seriously, he was a nut.
So what I say about I think there's a huge miscarriage of justice when it comes to who the person is. So for instance, if an airman was good looking, white, they want to destroy his career. But if it was a black kid, especially a dark skinned black kid, I swear every time the military would want to put them under the jail. I had one airman one time in my squadron. I was stationed in Little Rock, Arkansas, and nice airman, black kid, brilliant airman, does his job, blah, blah, blah. He was outside, and then there is a bee or something landed on this girl's front of by her collar. So when he saw it, and he was like, oh, you got a bee on you. And he was trying to hit it back. She got startled and moved. whereas his hand ended up touching her breast. And a senior NCO who I knew was racist convinced the girl that that was sexual assault. And they wanted to prosecute this kid for that. And they brought that in to me, tell me, and I was like, no, explain this to me, what happened. I finally, after my ex-wife she was a JAG, she was a lawyer. My ex-wife, I called her, I was like, yo, this is what's going on, blah, 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 blah. And she was like, no, blah, blah. Then we were able to they had convinced that girl so much that she should prosecute this kid that we end up, even in the end, to appease her, I actually had to give that kid a letter of reprimand. Because guess what? He should have asked her for permission before he touched her. So it all depends on who the perpetrator is. That the Air Force would go against you or for you. But if you was a white kid that looked like him and got his shit together, the Air Force would bend their back saying, oh no, it's her. People start bringing the victim into the equation. Well, what is the victim is pretty promiscuous. She slept with this person, that person. So how are we supposed to believe her? And mind you, the stat says normally 80 something or 95%, 85 or 95% of women who report rape are actually telling the truth. But the Air Force, the way they treated certain people, you would swear that it was like 10% of women who report rape are actually telling the truth.
It's crazy. This senior NCO would come through, and my last name is Floyd, so I get called Pink all the time because of Pink Floyd. He called me Pink, and the other civilian he called not Pink. She was a black lady. And we're all like, this motherfucker's crazy. And when it was all said and done, and he was finally, just took weeks for him to get a letter of reprimand, just to get a letter of reprimand, the civilian person came to me, the over all the civilians in the hospital. She said, are you sure you want to ruin his career this way? I'm like,
yep, I hate when they say that shit. I mean, a wing commander told me that once.
Excuse me, I said, no, he chose to ruin his career when he grabbed a civilian, when he tore my coat, when he came into the drawing room threatening me, and when he told me he had access to my medical records. He did this to himself. You are not going to put it on me. My husband wasn't present. I'm so glad that he was deployed to Afghanistan, because he would have came in and rearranged the man from top to bottom, okay? That's what would have went down.
Yeah. I hope it's better now,
I'm grateful he wasn't. I'm grateful he wasn't there, because he would have been done. The military would have put his ass out. But
yeah.
He would have...
Yeah, I hope it's gotten better now, but I know a lot of guys who are a part of my cohort in the military, and some of them are generals now. And I knew how they were when they were younger. And I know those guys are not dispensing justice in the manner that it should be dispensed, because those guys were like hag-staff back in their younger days. And some of them are made general.
Yeah, but the rules was kind of different in the 90s, I think. And that's probably why, maybe they would have had more discipline. I don't know. But I know we do have problems with the Air Force sometimes when we have to work joint with y'all. Even with the discipline issues, like, we have discipline issues with y'all because, like, you know how they be real strict on those Army soldiers. Like, if we make rules, like, you guys would have certain people embedded with us when it comes to, like, interrogation, right? And that soldier has to be deployed for 8 months outside of y'all 6-month ass shitty deployment. We used to be like, these motherfuckers.
Hey, buckets. You and your bucket.
Yeah, we there for a year, y'all there for 6 months. But those female or males that they would get, they would have to stay for 8 months. These mugs would complain about how they were living. They would try to call their people. I don't play that shit. For real. We had one female, I told her I'm gonna put her ass. I told her I'm gonna put her ass on a plane, and I was gonna send her to a cop, because I'm not the one. I told the division commander. The division commander said she's not the one. And that's when General Brooks was over Iraq at the time.
Oh yeah, I was there. I was there during that time.
Yeah. So at the time, I knew General Brooks from the Pentagon. So when he was at the Pentagon and I came to third ID, he ended up taking over, he was taking over that part of Iraq. And when that damn soldier had the nerve to say she needed a separate tent because her counterparts were living in goddamn shoes, that's not my problem. You in the army now, bro.
Exactly. That's what I told all my airmen. I said, you were in the army. You know what's funny? That a lot of my army counterparts will ask me, he says, why do your airmen always ask why when you ask them to do something? Why don't just say yes and go do it? They always got to have a reason. Why you want to do it this way? Why you want to do it that way? And that was the biggest complaint about Air Force people. They always ask questions.
Why. They do. They ask why. Or they'll wait. They come in late. We have a problem with the MCTs out of not Osan. What is it? In Kuwait. Where is it? What's that base called? Fuck. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the transition base.
Yeah. So we had a
Yeah.
problem
What was the
with
name of that? I forgot. Yeah.
Fuck.
Arab John.
Arab John. So
yeah, there's Arab John, but there's another one. It might be here.
It's the Air Force one. Arab John is the Army.
Air Force. Yeah, I don't know Air Force. Yeah, I don't know.
So I used to.
No, it was a joint where you flew into.
No, not that one. I'm talking about where Millair for the MCTs, movement control.
Yeah.
People. So they do all the. So the Air Force and the Army MCTs work together, and they freaking have to move. They have to move fucking sensitive shit. And you know, I was with Patriot at the time. And with Patriot, everything has to be, like if something goes down, they have to have that part in less than 24 hours. They don't care where it's at in America, that shit'll get on a plane somehow and it's gonna make it. They have to have that part within 24 hours. They don't get it in 24 hours, you got CENTCOM Command calling. And General Austin was in charge of CENTCOM Command at that time. If you don't get it within 48 hours, that's when Washington, D.C. is calling. So, with y'all fucking Air Force motherfuckers, there was a part that was handed to the MCT that was supposed to get on a flight to Bahrain. A flight that was scheduled by CENTCOM commander. We went inside there to find out what was going on. The shit was sitting on a shelf. It was a fucking circuit card. It was sitting on a shelf. These motherfuckers ain't have no shirt on, had they little brown t-shirts on, had they feet up. I went to fuck off. Like, I don't play that shit. They tried to call the command to come down there. Command couldn't do shit. Because I had Arsent with me.
That normally happens in supply. Yeah, they normally, like in Air Force, we call them, an item would be called a MICAP. Mission capable item. That means the mission is stopped, and there are different levels of MICAP. Once you have total mission capability, you have partial mission capability, blah blah blah. And a total mission capability MICAP supposed to get, when it lands, it's supposed to be hand from the aircraft, supposed to be delivered straight to the location. And those guys put it on a shelf.
Let me tell you how mean I was to their ass too. A lot of times I don't really fuck with soldiers like that, but when you got your feet up and you an officer, you walk in there, you already tell them, hey, where's the part? We've been looking for this part. We already know it's here. You know they got fucking they got something on that circuit card package so that we can detect where it's at. You know, because this is and then it's in a TS package. So you know how they have to package it up for it's a top secret circuit card. It's one of those circuit cards.
And the requirements, yeah.
Right. This motherfucker got his goddamn feet up. You got an officer. I'm in full uniform, and you fucking sitting there with your fucking feet up. And I'm asking you where something at. I put his ass at a fucking position of attention. I don't play that shit. Don't disrespect. Like, I think that's so fucking disrespectful when we asking you something and you're like you just sitting there with your feet up and your fucking t-shirt on. You don't even got your full uniform on.
Patty,
y'all crazy over there in the Air Force. But don't
that's one of my biggest complaints.
I'd want to be there.
Oh yeah, I mean the Air Force is different. That's one of my biggest complaints in the Air Force is that how our enlisted was slow. And now me being a black officer, I was like some bases I was like a unicorn. They might have 5 black officers on that base. I would be walking with my uniform on, and people would not salute me because they looked at me, they saw a black person, and they automatically assumed that I was enlisted or something. Until they're on top of me, and they realized, holy shit, I had so many instances where I had to check an airman on an NCO for not keeping his head up to acknowledge or to see who's in front of him. And the fact that being so dismissive that they would look and they were like, what? And airman actually told me that. Oh, so I thought you were enlisted. Yeah, because you never looked. You just saw my race and you assumed that I was enlisted. And that's the effort.
But I do think if you're young and you just want a job that'll take you all over the world, and I think Coast Guard is the most civilianized, and then maybe Air Force is second. Cause y'all be mad relaxed. I'm talking about y'all just be chilling. Y'all don't salute people on base. Y'all will walk around with no hats half the time. Your uniform is jacked up. You ask people questions, they act like they'll ignore you if they don't feel like it. They ask questions when you tell them to do something like execute and move. These motherfuckers be like, but why? Like they ask too many questions. But I mean, it's cool.
But I wouldn't choose any other service but the Air Force.
Like I would choose none of them. Yeah, fucking questions.
Yeah, I would have choose the Air Force. I know I wasn't built for Air Force.
Yeah, but I think you get promoted faster in the Army.
You do get promoted faster in the Army. That is true.
So so some of the people that I do know that because of working in certain positions, there's a couple of people that I do know that are behind me, and they're not even getting looked at for certain rank yet.
Yeah, because you guys have a faster promotion to captain than we do.
Right.
And fast promotion to major. I don't know why all the services are not identical, but you guys get promoted to major before we do. Because we no longer do below the zone to major. We're going to do to lieutenant colonel and full bird and general, but you guys do below the zone to like to captain and major, I think, unless if they changed it.
So the reason why they do BZ is because of them damn deployments. Because they still heavy on deployments for them. And we only have so many in the officer corps. They're hurting for officers. So.
Oh yeah, they're begging people to stay in now, man. I was like, thank you. Because when I tried to retire, they actually denied my retirement. I had to go all the way to headquarters personnel to get a waiver, and I had to prove that I actually had gotten a job that was paying me more than I was making in the military for them to actually allow me to retire because they really wanted me to stay. My general was like, no, I'm not approving your retirement because my year group, they had kicked us so many people out that my year group was short, and they was like, no, we need you to stay. Yeah, no.
Did you guys finish? Did you gentlemen finish? You all know that Patty's your commanding officer. That's what I got from that combo.
I know, she's so tough, right? You don't even salute. What? I would be so lost.
Patty, did y'all go through the new Muslim ban?
Oh, is there a new Muslim ban too?
Oh yeah, it's nasty too.
Hey, real quick, y'all talk about the 3 people who got released from J6? Names?
Well, we knew that one was coming.
It was everybody.
Yeah. Everybody, yeah, what, 1,500 people?
That dude, Biggs, Proud Boy dude, was one of my soldiers.
Oh, no.
Yep. Well, I told you since fucking last year, I had one of my soldiers locked up for that shit. This punk ass got released.
the Fort Bragg soldier?
Yes, ma'am. Joseph Miggs.
Yeah, y'all got rid.
Yeah, Fort Nav. But
on that,
the Muslim ban.
yeah. Before you get to that, on that, real quick, the DA of damn, they popped all rules in this dude.
Arizona.
Excuse me, of Pennsylvania is trying to find ways to charge J6ers from his state. So,
dang.
I don't know. He's got some double jeopardy issues. I mean, obviously he knows that. But, yeah, so the Muslim ban. Hold on. The Muslim ban is nasty.
How many countries?
Oh, it's the same as before.
Nigeria up with that?
Yeah, but it adds provisions. Let me double check. 1 second.
You heard about the Afghanis that were supposed to be getting on their flights, and they pretty much canceled them.
Yeah, that's crazy too.
Those motherfuckers are the ones that helped people when it came to. A lot of those people helped as interpreters, all kinds of shit.
Oh, they got citizens. Some of them, once they get here, get citizenship. I saw some couldn't speak a lick of English one time in the DMV getting passports. I was like, it's interesting. And then that lady was like, come on, y'all, I need your birth certificates. I was like, it's like, I need your birth certificates. And it was like, he didn't know that they was essentially Taliban snitches. Hold on.
Trust me, those people put their lives on the line to help us over there as translators and whatnot, and we should bring them in, or else it's a death sentence to them if they stay in. I don't care. But go. What about the next war?
I don't care.
I can't.
Well, yeah.
You sound like Thugger right now. You sound like Thugger right now.
No, I don't care about that. As for me and mine, I will take care of my house and praise the Lord. Hold on. So some of the new, I think it. Hold on, I'm trying to find the countries. Yeah, I think it's the same countries, but these are the new provisions that everybody's talking about online. Two things are interesting. One, it has like this, we must work to assimilate the ones that are here already. So it's kind of like forced assimilation clause, which is kind of interesting and very 19th century. We're going to give the Indians whiskey and take their land from reservations kind of vibes. And it also has a thing that people, this is the scary part for some people probably. It looks like it allows people who are here from those countries that came after 2021 to be eligible for deportation. So if you got in legally with, if you got in with under Biden, looks like it's trying to backdate it, and it's telling the Department of Homeland Security guy to expedite their possible deportations as well. I'll get the EO and put it in the chat.
I'll be concise. I put it in the chat.
Oh, thank you, Snoopy.
This is what they've wanted for a while. There's a guy in here. He goes by the name of Motherfucker. Like, I don't call him by the name he goes by. But this is what he's been wanting. He is anti-Muslim, and he wants all the Muslims to go back home. He comes in here.
Superior?
Yes. He doesn't say it in this room, but I troll and I go to other rooms, and yeah. He's the worst.
Yeah, they're using ideology as a basis for the removal, which is sick.
Well, that's targeted for the my reading of that provision is that it's targeted for the people who protested in support of the Gaza. So if you're on a student visa and you are pro-Palestine and talked about Gaza, they can use that to deport you, get you off your student visa. He did run on that. So.
Well, I think he was careful not to really bring up the Muslim ban, because he was trying to get those voters.
No, he did bring up the Muslim ban during the campaign. He said he was bringing it back. Well, he brought it back. He's coming back like he said he would. Yeah, he did. Hold on.
He organized this time too.
Well, who are these Muslim people that sat down with him? Didn't they sat down with him and talk about the Muslim ban?
They don't care.
They know these people are.
Yeah, I got it right here. September 12th, September 19th. I'll read you the quote. I will ban refugee resettlement from terror-infested areas like the Gaza Strip, and we will seal our border and bring back the travel ban from said in September 19th. So he mentioned the travel ban and Gaza. Yeah, so it was right there. Trent, I think we should amend our bet every day that TikTok is not fully functional. You owe me 50 cents. Because we're on day 4 now.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. Okay.
No,
That's good. Okay, that's good.
TikTok's fully functional. I mean,
no, it's not.
I get that you can't update it. I get that it's not an app store, but for all intents and purposes. Okay.
I don't think you could cash out. I think
you can't
cash out. So these people making videos, they will stop making videos soon.
I can't cash out of I think I got demonetized in Facebook. So I don't know what happened there. But let me see if I can. That's a good question.
Yeah.
How do you get demonetized on Facebook? I don't know.
No, how do you monetize Facebook? I don't know.
You have to be a digital creator, I think.
And you get ad money?
No, you get paid for posts and videos. Just like things YouTube.
From Meta?
You get paid from Meta, yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's like YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't been on Facebook in over 15 years. That's all I was asking.
Why don't you get on Facebook?
Because it was for people in senior citizen homes and people in college, and being between those two, I decided I don't need to be on it. Back when I'm in my senior citizen home, I'll get back on it.
Trent, what's our conspiracy of the day, please?
Single
Can I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it. Can I talk about it? Can we talk about the UFO or the egg? The second egg video. There was a second egg video. I'm gonna throw it in the chat for those of you that have Twitter. I haven't verified it, but I know it's running on Reddit, and it was posted on. Yeah, it was posted on 4chan. Granted, yeah, I know about 4chan. But this egg has hieroglyphics on it. And it was recovered in Antarctica, supposedly in 2022. And Ari, before we all laugh at this.
They're on your ass, right?
Oh, I know. It was Black ancestry. It's African Zulus, especially that originally talked about being visited by star people.
Wait, Trent, sorry. Go ahead.
So it was Africans that originally talked about, and this is in all other major religions, Native Americans, obviously South Americans, people know about Peru, but it was Africans that originally talked about their gods were star people and people that they called them fiery, fiery visitors, or they had a term for it. Some were benevolent and some were not good. They talked about alien abductions going back 4,000 years. Crop circles, they had a different term for it, but crop circles, this goes back 4 and 5. They used to have rituals around crop circles going back 4,000 years. So while it was relatively recent, these are relatively recent developments in the rest of the world. Our traditions, when I'm saying our as in African traditions, talked about these visitations, and then we were told that, that's not true. You need to believe this book of Jesus. This is when everything started.
Trent, let me hear an article. This is the most niggery conspiracy.
Yeah, I told you. He belongs in the barbershop.
You might be all right.
Yeah, just put the article in the chat. If people want to read it, they could read it, and let's move on. Okay, back to the Muslim ban. Yeah.
I like a good niggery conspiracy.
I stand corrected. I didn't know. I thought he purposely didn't mention it, but he still spoke about it, and all these Muslims still voted for him.
Well, yeah, I mean, he did what he said he was going to do, and the people voted for him.
And you said Nigeria is on there too?
Yeah, it was on there last time.
It was on there last time.
Trent, did the hieroglyphics mention anything about P-Funk? Really important. The mothership?
I can't. Here's what I'm gonna say, and this is, and Patty's still here. Oh, Patty's gone. ML's not here. Here's what I'm gonna say. This is what I'm gonna say. We now have multiple. Just think about this. You got multiple decorated rear admirals, Green Berets, pilots that didn't know each other. Some of which who have killed themselves. They're all saying the same story, and. And this goes back there. I'll try to find it. There is a Zulu shaman, right?
Cool.
Whose father was a Catholic priest, but he was still taught the old ways of the Zulus. And this goes back to the
brother. I'm gonna kick your ass, okay, brother? You hear me?
What? I don't understand.
No, not you.
Why me?
Oh,
this is
so. I'll drop it. Yeah, I'll drop it in the chat. I learned about this. One of my aunts has a PhD in what's the study of religion? I forgot what it's called. Theology.
Microbiology.
No, it's theology. And
that's a little different. Okay.
Yeah, and I remember her. I remember talking about. She talked about the Moors and the Catholics, and I said that's the original Christianity. And I remember her correcting me when I was a little kid. I'm like 10, 11.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but it's brother cooks.
What's wrong, son? I think this is very So, and what she said was, no, you had religions before that. Your religions that were taken from you prior to that talked of different things. And so then there's this video, and it's from the 90s, okay? And it's the Zulu shaman, and I'll go try to find it.
No, Trent, I just want to make sure that I'm following you. When you say Zulu, you mean the Universal Zulu Nation, correct?
I would say Universal Zulu. I don't know the exact name of the tribe, but it says Zulu.
Come on, brother. That was messed up. What's going on?
Just Central African tribe. Here's the thing.
Okay. The Universal Zulu Nation is a hip hop group. Come on.
I didn't know that. I didn't keep up with that. But if I'll drop in the chat as soon as I find it. And listen to minute 20 to 30. It is the same exact things that are happening right now. Again, this was recorded in the 1990s. That he's talking about, and just all I'm going to say is, the last thing I'm going to say is, if you think that we have multiple rear admirals and decorated CIA, former DOD personnel now coming out and saying that we have recovered, as the United States, recovered alien technology, and they're all lying. It's the error of, because of the ranking of these people, and they've been verified, it's more likely that our government is lying than they are lying.
Oh, we want the funk.
So Jeff, are you gonna apologize to Trent now?
To who?
Trent.
I already did. I said you're very
sorry. You apologize for every question.
Trent, you have about the right level of coolness for an American black, Trent. So I apologize for acting as if you are more cool than all of us American Negroes are. So you have my sincere civil apologies.
I told y'all, if I was one person I'm meeting up off the app, I can only choose one. It's Trent. I told y'all this before. I'm not joking.
Hey, Trent, this is Deborah. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing, Miss Deborah?
I'm doing well. Thank you for that information. Now, can you do us a favor and turn in your pink ticket? You need to cash that in if you want to keep dropping these gems for us and all of this information. We're gonna have to be a part of this room, because if we get turned in for these conspiracies, we want you on the list for being a member of this room when they come to get us.
And by Jim, she means GYM or JIM, not GM, because
I'll try it. I'll try it again, but it hasn't been working for me.
Come on, man. You know somebody who can fix that for you.
Can you tell me how it works again?
I think he knows somebody in the border that can help him with that one.
Yep.
Time to take your ticket.
Respect.
This is a part of him being an intrepid reporter.
Deborah, that was good. That was good.
So we really have to be grateful for Trent though. Like his views are a little bit different, and
well, I have one final question for Trent. Do you believe that we was kangs?
What, blacks in Africa?
Not
the black
Oh my dad.
You passed.
One of the biggest lies told by European.
Come on, wake it up.
All right, yeah.
One of the biggest lies by European cultures is that Africans gave nothing to technology, but for thousands of years prior to the rise of Europe, the earth was ruled by Africans. So yes, we were kings. The pyramids of Giza are not the only pyramids. They're not the. There are more. Yeah, there are more as you go into Central Africa. There are pyramids in South America. So the ideal,
not the black.
And I'll go back to I just dropped it in the chat.
Come on, Ivan Van Sertima. Come on.
Yeah, he's giving it all tonight.
Ivan Van Sertima.
Come on.
I
used to let Trent cook. Y'all gotta let Trent cook. He's building right now. Come on.
I'm gonna go back to that thing. I just recommend you. It's so interesting. I recommend you look at what I dropped in the chat. It's, that shaman. One of the things he talks about. We were doing and the goat or somebody will help me. When you get injured in war, and they suture up the wound, but they clean the wound. There's a term for it, so you don't get infection. Disinfectant. Essentially, we were doing. Blacks were doing. It was a black slave that taught American soldiers how to disinfect wounds. But that had been known for centuries in Africa, right? But a lot of I'm just gonna say a lot of the things that we were told voodoo art, dark spirits, these things that were taken away because your great-great-grandparents believed before you got here, that were taken away from us.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
And
I mean, this
told
is
that
actually
they
true.
told they were wrong and indifferent. We're actually, I'll just land and say they were wrong and indifferent. We're actually cutting edge technologies that we are just discovering today.
That is my
brother, let me tell you something. You calling him Ivan Van Sertima will never. I will never forgive you. I would never.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
The man has
I don't know, man.
in his head.
Let me tell you, I don't, Jess, I don't know if you saw them, but there's some new interviews. I don't know if you've seen them of Ben Sertima. Sorry, not new, newly uploaded. Oh, I hadn't seen them before on YouTube. They are great interviews. I mean, we was making fun and joking with Trent, but a lot of what he said was actually true.
Yeah.
I don't know about the pyramids.
I don't know about the sailor part.
Y'all stop hating. Y'all stop hating.
So I know how we feel. What's the man that like that the people always quote, the light skinned dude?
Ben Sertima.
No, not him. Newer. He's still around. Dr. Come on, y'all.
I mean, you have to give us more than light skin.
Claude Anderson, yeah. So I know. I know all the light skinned niggas is pro black, but anyway.
They are pretty.
How do y'all feel about people like Ivan Van Sertima? Like what? Because I did watch a video of him the other day, and I was like, I don't know. Well, I just want to hear what other people.
Let me get my perspective. I think this is actually a low-key Lou Fax take, so I agree with him. So people heard Lou Fax say this. I agree with him on this. They have their propaganda. Sometimes it's okay to have a little bit of ours, too. And if you need to tell a lie, a historical lie in popular discourse from time to time to get your back straight, and that's okay. So I actually don't have any problems with Ben Sertima at like a propaganda standpoint. Now, if you read the book and look at the sources which don't exist, from a scholarly standpoint, I have a problem with them. But from a propaganda standpoint, I don't care.
Don't bring it in my class.
Well, yeah, don't do that.
I mean, don't like. I think of him as like fictional, like almost
fiction.
like. But like with a touch of maybe nigga, you might be right, like kind of like that.
Pound and fail you in the class, bro. You gonna fail you on the paper, but give you a pound and a hug.
Yeah, historical fiction is good. Why can't we have that?
I mean, because literally the basis of his is his phenotype.
There is no basis.
You dark skin. No, it's like you dark skin, they dark skin, so y'all the same.
What? No. He saw a wide nose on a statue, and he was like, "That's a nigga right there."
But then he does stuff like he shows the portraits from the Library of Congress and stuff. And they do look like, to be fair, they do look like me, it looks like the Good Times painting.
If you squint your eyes.
You too light for them to look like you.
No, man.
So, Jess, you're saying that Ivan Van Sertima's methodology is the paternity court methodology? Look, Your Honor. Look at them, they got the same nose.
Exactly. And I feel like culturally, I'm not mad at that. I mean, scientifically, it will never work, I don't think it really tracks at all. But I'll just say that when I did go look at the pictures, because he just kept talking about these, so I finally found them. It took a lot to get them. And I was like, okay, I can see this look like her name could be Keisha or something. Like, okay, I see. It's generally your dark skin, their dark skin must be, Must be from Africa.
Hey, them Olmec noses though, bro. Them shits look like, you know what I'm saying?
The Olmec, that was where because I was just like, I knew 25 Jorge's that looked like that.
Right.
The nigga that cut my grass at the time, the nigga that was cutting my grass that had the lawn service, he looked just like one of the Olmec heads. Whole bowl cut, everything. Yeah, and I was just like, man, I don't know.
Bowl cut.
That's too far.
That's too far.
Pacific Islanders.
And very South American. That phenotype is like, that wasn't just like, they was like, and he got braids. I was like, okay.
But you gotta put your hair somewhere. I mean, I think my thing with how people take Van Sertima, because I think I agree with you, Go. I think there is. I would appreciate if Black people did more work around like just it being intentional about our own imaginaries. But as a project, knowing that that's what we were trying to do, it's something about people trying to thinking that they're trying to counter the narrative, trying to counter the narratives or the, I guess, influence of the West and the historical record, blah blah, by trying to go and like manipulate facts and claim a different kind of archaeology, and it's like that's just not the play. Like you don't have to go and concoct some science to challenge the West or to just do your own thing. Just do your own thing, but build your own thing from the ground up. Build your own thing the way that build your own thing in its own right. But it's something about trying to just because the question is fair, but trying to take the question and then just fill in the answers is proof because somebody asked the question. So that means the question itself answers the question and proves that it's true. It's like, wait a minute, that's crazy. Like, is it true that other people were smart enough to travel around the world before, Western Europeans in the 1400s? Sure, because like shit, other fucking Scandinavians did, or nowadays, like whatever. Like Leif Erikson, so sure, other people can get places. They were smart enough. If they wanted to, they could have figured it out. Did they actually take the time?
That's the part. So I'm saying that's the part I do believe. I do believe Africans slid over here was sliding way before. I mean, it just makes sense. Yes, I do. I do think like I believe they was.
Oh no. You can believe it, but I just don't think artifacts support that.
Why? Okay, well, why not?
We don't have.
Were there any plants that were in Africa that were not indigenous?
Yeah, we're doing it.
Yeah.
Thing in 2025.
Why would they come
you can
over
believe
here?
that.
Why
would they come over here?
I agree with you. We're not going to do this. That's fair.
Why would they come over here?
Well, why not? That's one of my questions.
No, that doesn't work.
What do you mean? Because they're seafaring people. The people that
seafarers.
Who was it?
They weren't seafarers.
Wait, who was a seafarer? So you think that
about the Mali Empire?
No.
They weren't seafarers.
No, seafarers. So you're telling? Hold on. So you're saying everybody on the whole west coast of Africa, nobody was a seafarer?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
But the valid. I
just don't think that makes sense.
The main point is they had no reason. They had no reason to come here.
They were content. They might have been capable.
They had everything. Like the reason the Europeans explored was because they needed shit.
They were desperate. But like London was crowded as a bitch. What we can acknowledge though is that of course it was really brilliant Africans who were brilliant enough to do it if they wanted to.
That's
and they might have, got on some boats and go some places and came back and say, nah, I'm good. Like I don't know whatever. Or maybe some did go and drowned or whatever, or land. Who knows? But it's just like if we don't
I don't think we need a reason.
All I'm saying is like sure we don't need a reason, but I think that we can comment on the fact, do we believe that Africans were brilliant? Yes. That is just a flat foot fact. Africans were geniuses. Like that could be unanimous, but people trying to do all this historical maneuvering just to try to prove that Africans were great. Just assume and believe that Africans were great because they were. We don't need to have traveled around the world and colonized everybody that have been capable of great things. Like that just doesn't. We don't need that proof. We just need to just believe it because we know that we are amazing people. Like that's all it takes. It don't take all this other
my only pushback for that is that I don't. A lot of things are not definitive. And just because someone said they were doesn't necessarily make it true. So I do believe that I do believe in leaving my mind open. Now, if there's proof to something, cool. But I also believe in certain things make sense, certain things don't, and I'll just leave it at that. I don't limit myself to just what someone else wrote down or what someone else says is happened or whatever, because people lie, and the people who write history are not always the people who should be writing it. So I do believe that. I'll say that.
I mean, do you believe the people themselves? Because like if people themselves don't report that they did these things, and it's not even always that it's like, well, the white man said they didn't, so that's why. No, some of the black people will say like, no, they themselves said that they didn't do it. Like they have no record or no stories of themselves doing that at all. Because now we can talk to them. So it's like it ain't just people taking what white people said. It's like we
have access to historical records created by the people, artifacts and stuff.
The journey to Easter Island would have been more incredible than the journey from Africa to South America. So I can't claim that Africans made that journey first. No, but in all seriousness, the Polynesians' journey across those islands into Easter Island is actually more.
Yeah, I don't know when they came. When did they come?
This would have been, we don't know, thousands of years BC, because we don't know. But BC, sometime in BC.
Oh, you talking about those statues?
Yeah, the journey to Easter Island. We're talking before Columbus, way before Columbus.
Oh,
did you go to the barbershop today? Hold on, Trent, did you go to the barbershop today? You in your bag.
Oh my God.
He's in his bag today, y'all.
Well, I think he went to 2 or 3.
This is why I like to say Trent. Trent is one of the blackest men you will encounter. Okay, relax. I'm sorry, sir. You know that the black man believes in pre-Columbian contact.
No, I was saying that it is possible that Africans came to South America prior.
We heard you.
They definitely came before Columbus.
I love it.
If you know, you know.
I love it. I'm gonna get on it by the end of the year. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there.
Shit, why not? White people do everything else.
I mean,
Oh my God.
They did make.
I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood. My bad.
Blue-eyed, strawberry blonde hair.
It's okay.
That's true.
Just a little,
Just a little pseudo.
Yeah, why not?
Just a spoonful of sugar.
Look, this is light work compared to what white people be telling folks. They just be lying. This is light work. Let them tell it.
Do you think it's beyond the pale for do you think it's beyond the pale for all the balloons to get popped because of teeth?
No.
Do you think that's right or wrong?
No.
That's a lot of people's deal breaker.
I mean,
what if it was perfect in every other way?
If it were the UK, it'd be beyond the pale.
What if he was perfect in every other way? They all said he was handsome, well spoken, had a nice job, and successful. He was 28, but his teeth was jacked up and like.
So then, because why?
Why was his teeth jacked up?
Yeah.
He just never got braces, and he had an underbite too.
Overbite.
Yeah. With some good dental insurance, he can get.
No, what did they? What? You don't remember when Heavenly called? She called it an over yonder bite.
18 months of Invisalign.
Yeah, 15 months of Invisalign. If you making
big balloons,
you gotta watch that. Did you ever watch the African one?
No, I'm going through that American one first.
They lit this girl up. She barking up.
Hey, go. Do you know which
on here, man? Huh?
Do you know which one is worse than Arlette in America?
Which one?
the black gay ones are atrocious. Oh my God, you think our lead is bad? They are worse.
I was on the gay ones, but then the Jamaican and the African ones, they kinda just better. They are Ruth fucking less. That Jamaican girl hit somebody in the head with the microphone.
Wait, so you're saying ironic vis-a-vis our conversation yesterday, the African American one is the most respectable one?
No, it's actually not. The African and Jamaican ones are just more entertaining. Like,
but what's more ratchet?
Oh, the Jamaican one is the most ratchet. The African, they're all ratchet in their own way, but the African one in Jamaica, I've seen people get actually assaulted, so I was like, yeah, I'm definitely watching this. Let me see if I can find the clip. He was roasting her shoes, and she was like, "You want me to hit you with this microphone?" And he was like, "Yeah, right." And she wrapped it around her hand and pop.
Well, I will say that the black gay one from DMV is definitely more ratchet than our sex.
Oh, I'll put it on the list.
I was embarrassed by what I saw. I just thought, these are not our best representatives. I can tell you, these are not the best the DMV has to offer. I don't know where sincerely Luke sees in these people. They are trash.
The one thing I've noticed, probably from this show, what do y'all think about body types and tattoos? Do you think tattoos go better with certain body types versus others, or do you think body types and tattoos could be? I'm developing a general theory, Dr. Vern, on body types and tattoos.
The general theory. Don't you think that one's reaction to tattoos has to do with one's disposition regarding them?
I used to think that was the case, but really? I realized, for me, I used to hate all tattoos, and then I realized that on certain body types, I find them anywhere from acceptable to sexy. I just realized that a little while ago.
You know what? I use the tattoo shaming and those usually go hand in hand with like when you don't like tattoos, you usually don't like weed. You usually don't like it's like like this whole like thing, and I noticed with people that.
But I like weave. Talking with an anti-weave.
You haven't?
No, I don't mind.
You never had I thought all black men went through an anti-weave.
Have you heard the way this nigga
I like costumes. Yeah, I like costumes. You know me, I'm Mr. Bust Down. I'm Mr. Bust Down. I love a girl with a bust down.
I mean, I wouldn't marry
that woman, but I like it.
I mean, you like bust down, but you also like women with no hair. Or very short.
That's true. I like
talk about the people from South Africa.
That is correct. I also like bald-headed women as well.
Wait, you say you wouldn't marry a woman with a bust down?
God, no.
Go.
Wait, why? How is that surprising?
Is that surprising?
Yeah, listen, I don't believe it.
That is not surprising at all. Like, y'all can't tell that some people.
I think he's saying that now. Goat was ghetto. I think his wife, like, bougied him up a bit.
Oh, I don't believe that at all.
Well, Goat, what if she has hair? Yeah. What if she has hair and just wears like gets sew-ins?
Yeah, I like sew-ins. Oh, but would I marry somebody that gets sew-ins?
Yeah.
Let me think.
Shut up. If you didn't know.
Hold on, let me think.
So now, come on, as an African American, sewing is for the girls with hair that don't want to, to torture. They want to like preserve their shit. So it's used as a protective style, but you can still get the desired look.
Yeah, I probably would, but I would just rather that if the face shape is right, she just cut all of her hair off and just go away. Like I like the low hair all the way from a Toni Braxton down to like a Tulsa girl. Like I like the whole.
Like a Jada Pinkett?
Yeah.
So wait, go. Wait a second. I do not believe that on your checklist that you're trying to regulate how your woman styles her hair. If you like her, you like her, and whatever hair she got going on.
No, I think that's a normal thing for men.
What? I mean, you over here talking about, she got a bust down. I like her, I'll date her, but I won't marry her. There are other things that matter more to you than that. So you just
I would allow.
You're doing content. This is for content.
No, it's not content. I'd be fine with a bust down for the wedding, like for the photos. But like for your daily life, we're going to Target and you picking up some Gatorade and Metamucil. Nah, they can't bust down. Not interested in that. Now the girl that puts the like last time I went there was a girl that had a 26-inch bust down who put the stuff in the car when I pulled up. It was cute. If I was 23, I would have taken her out, but I wouldn't have a child with her. I'm done speaking.
But why, though? I mean,
This is normal, but you're not like, I'm surprised that y'all are surprised.
Yeah, I am too.
I'm surprised. Not bust down.
Hold on.
Y'all never seen the clip where the girl, I don't know if it's a girl or guy, but they asking men, what's your favorite hairstyle on a woman? The two top ones is a bust down and braids.
Correct.
Oh, I love braids. I love.
And he was at LSU, huh?
I love.
I don't know. He was asking. Yeah, he was asking some football players. Or they was playing some type of sport.
So okay,
I love braids.
So good. I have a question. Is it because there's only so much artifice that you
it's a class mark.
Would want? Okay, well, artifice has to do with that.
Exactly. Oh, that's fair. Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about artifice, right? So there's only so much artifice that you want.
That's right.
Because too much artifice of a certain kind suggests certain things, and because your arrogant ass, listen, there's nothing wrong with being a little arrogant, There's nothing wrong with being a little snooty.
Can come off. This is why it's
Listen. Okay, go ahead with the bust down.
I'm just telling you. I mean, like I'm watching an episode now, and there's a woman there with a lovely bust down. Say I was at what's a bar people might know. Say I went over to Red Rooster, and she was wearing this outfit with a lovely bust down. I would definitely try to date her. If over a few months of dating, and she wanted to date me, maybe we go to a record store, we listen to some music, share a malt soda, and I give her my most favorite recent issue of Harper's. And she insists on having a bust down, I might be able to make an exception. But it's like a tattoo on the titty. Like I'm not interested. I mean, I'm not going to have children with a woman who has a big Tweety bird tattooed on her titty. Now I will date that person.
What if the Tweety bird tattoo were something that she got when she was 16 and she was still trying to discover herself, and this was before she matured?
She should have been on her way to Dartmouth. Why is she getting Tweety bird tattoos?
Oh, people in Dartmouth with Tweety bird.
Well, that's his poor decision making.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she's 16. Of course she has poor decision making.
Well, so she made a mistake, and it happens to be a Tweety bird, but everything else is on point.
Right.
Okay, let me respond to that.
She's 16 getting a tattoo though.
I just
that's the problem.
What's wrong with that?
I picked
2025.
I picked 16 because I thought that's an age for where a Tweety bird tattoo is excusable. Because if you're 25 and you get a Tweety bird on your titty,
her parents let her get a Tweety bird tattoo on her breast at 16.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me respond to this. I'll respond to this. Let me respond to this. I have become more progressive over time. So if that were the case, and the only time the titty tattoo will be seen in public is like on a beach, then I might be okay with it. But let me give you an example. I'm watching an episode right now, that's why it came to mind. There's a woman who's wearing a dress. It's a brown dress. It's like a jersey type dress, one-piece dress, and it's very tight. She's a shapely woman, but not overly shapely. She's a very attractive young lady. All the ladies on there are always very attractive. But for some reason, the sort of circle area on her décolletage, you all know décolletage area, right? That's missing on her dress. And all I see under it is tattoo. All I see under it is tattoo. That's too much for me. Why is that guy? I can't do that. So I would consider it on a case-by-case basis. Yeah. But the tattoo, my general theory of tattoo and body type is pan-gender.
Explain what does that mean? What do you mean?
I think like a really, really skinny, like if you're really, really, really skinny, you should not have tattoos.
Okay, so that's...
Does placement not matter where the tattoo?
I mean, if you have a little something on your ankle or, you know, something like that, maybe. But if you're like, well, y'all don't know what G looks like. I'm trying to think of somebody really skinny. Y'all might know. Name somebody really skinny.
Does it matter? I don't know. I mean,
Glorilla is a really good example. I don't like her tattoos.
Really?
It doesn't fit my general theory.
You know, people just have their things, you know? For some people it's tattoos. For some people it's, I was just thinking, as Doug talked about tattoos, for me it's earrings. I don't know that I would ever date anybody seriously with earrings. And plus, people with earrings tend not even like it. So it's not, I'm not even eliminating, because I'm getting eliminated too. But there's something about earrings, I don't want to get into it now because it doesn't even matter since we're talking about women and men. But so people just have their thing, you know, and tattoos. People with tattoos are not going to like me any damn way. I've never dated anyone seriously with a tattoo. Probably be considered too square for the tattoo people.
Are your nipples pierced?
Oh boy.
No, I would never do that.
Oh my God! What a scandal!
This is getting strange.
Well, let me put it in terms you'll understand, Scotty. It's a shanda.
Please, I was raised in the house of God, so I am not defacing my body.
Breaking news. DeWanda Wise is in talks to be Storm.
Oh, not bad. She's not a star, but she looks like Storm. This could make her a star. She was the woman, for you guys that don't know, in She's Gotta Have It, the TV show. She looks like Storm, actually. That's a good choice. Yeah, that'd be a good choice. But like, if Gad had tattoos, that works. Very muscular, you know, broad shoulder, like a good build. You take somebody that can't bench press 85 pounds, skinny arms with flabby triceps, and you put a tattoo on that looks terrible. This general theory is pretty good, isn't it? People are starting to see where I'm coming from.
And wait a minute, can you imagine they got a Mickey Mouse tattoo?
Oh God, not even.
Otis, I heard you had a trend.
Oh no. You would lose all credibility.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It depends on the tattoo. It really does. Especially if that person is 40.
Well, some of y'all got things. That's why I always wonder. That's what I wonder, Sherry. Sherry, that's what I wonder. You get a tattoo of some Mandarin phrase with, you know, some red chopsticks because you really love Chinese food when you're 23 and you think it's funny. And then you're up for a promotion when you're 48 and you still have that tattoo. Because, you know, like, do people think about, like, they're going to live longer? Like, what happens?
I got Chinese letter tattoo.
I know you do.
You know what? I think tattoos are fine.
I want you to.
I think they're fine depending on what, you know, what kind of job you have. I think when you're an artist, that is expected of you.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
That's true. Bouncer.
Yeah, but if you're a banker and then you take off your shirt, and then I see the Mickey Mouse tattoo.
Why the banker taking off their shirt?
It's a long day. It's a long day, Dr. AG.
The air conditioner broke.
It's a long day.
Crazy.
Listen, I think you need to be careful.
And we went swimming. You know, we went swimming.
God.
Yeah.
As we slept the night away, you know.
I don't know. It's possible.
As we lay.
Dude, I don't know, man. I've been to a bank. They had a restaurant on top of the roof. I said, this close. I get to some food at a bank, and I can pay downstairs. All right now. I don't know, but keep your shirts on, though. That sounds crazy.
Listen, I think we better be careful.
Oh,
Some
not
people on
asking
stage.
people to keep their shirt on today. Okay.
Like
Today.
Hold on, bro. Ashton, you want people to keep their shirt on? The other day you were asking for people to keep their shirt on.
Exactly.
Yo, hey, it's 29 degrees outside. That day it was 61.
I see. Okay.
Cold today. I'm freezing. You walk away with walking pneumonia for real. So no, keep your shirt on today. It's freezing out here. It was snowing in Houston. Something that ain't happened in 155 years. I was not alive, and most people in here I know did not.
2021. It snowed in 2021.
Yeah, like what?
Listen, some people on stage might have two-strand twists. Others might have man buns. And still others might have tattoos on their calves.
Man, Donnie has two-strand twist in a man bun?
Who is that?
You got a man?
I wish I had a big booty, wonderful woman making your hair like two middle fingers to all.
If MJ still trying to tell y'all on
I put the name in the chat. I put the name in the chat. So don't be discriminating amongst the people that do get tattoos in the name of and what? It's the giraffe. It's the giraffe. It's the giraffe.
Thomas's auntie.
Oh my God. Yes, somebody's auntie. And I did, and I did, and I did, and I did. And that's what I just want to say. And you know what? Even Vogue had to recognize it, and her name was Apowango. So please do not discriminate what the power of tattooing is all I just wanted to add into the conversation. By all means, proceed.
What is the power of tattoo? What are you talking about?
Hey, you know what the power? You know what? From my opinion, and from what I have gathered, they intentionally would tattoo themselves, and anyone who really has a real knowledge of what tattooing and the art of tattooing, there is an art, but also it was a way of women preserving themselves to make sure that they would never be claimed to be in slavery.
We in the U.S.
Yeah, you don't want me to wake up on all of that.
Girl,
and that also goes for earring piercings or anything like that. You do not want me to talk.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't want to hear that shit.
Oh, that's crazy.
She over here.
Why you move the tattoo lady? Jesus.
That's wild.
What was she saying?
Imagine letting people who have tattoos on their calves.
Yeah, what she was talking about?
I don't know.
Not letting her speak.
I moved her down. She was talking gibberish.
I don't know.
What was she talking about?
They know who they are.
Oh no.
It's got gibberish.
Shout out to the tattoos. Shout out to the brands, the fraternity brand. Shout out to the tribal marks, nigga.
Shout out to the tramp stamps.
Can somebody do him next?
Jesus Christ.
Not the tramp stamp. Not the tramp.
I missed the tramp stamp wave. Thank God.
Let me ask you.
Y'all still got them big fat tramp stamps under them things right now.
No, the tramp stamp usually has your name in it, so that way.
Nah, I got one. They got my husband's name in it.
Okay, so it's either your name or the man's name. One of the two.
Let me ask the women a question on style based off of this episode because it's quite fascinating. I've noticed. Well, one thing I noticed is on this show, most of the women that come on the show wear open-toed shoes. we can talk about that a little later because I have very strong feelings about open toe shoes. But I have a question. Do you all spend much time thinking about the not the functionality, but the aesthetic of the heel shape on the high heeled shoe? And if so, what is the thought process behind wearing different types of heels for the aesthetic of that? This is fascinating.
Well, if you're asking me, I'm not into the crazy heel things. I'm a stiletto girl, so it has to be.
No, I'm not asking you.
Alexa, play Pumps in the Bump.
What did you
You're not a woman, MJ.
Because there's the stiletto. That's one, but like on this episode, there's like a square, like a chunky square.
The chunky
there's
square.
a
The
regular. There's
platform.
the kitten. So what goes into that?
Are you watching they're different. So
yes.
They do.
Oh, God. Are you walking?
Was that a serious question or?
Yes.
Okay. So the different heels do different things, like for the leg. Like if you want an elongated leg, you would want something like a stiletto, or and then a chunky heel is more leveling. So usually a woman would choose a chunky heel for like a midi skirt that go well, maybe even a long one, but pants mainly. Chunky heels are good for pants. So it depends on the look that you're trying to get, the shape that you're trying to get, what kind of heel. Kitten heels, kitten is a starter heel. So if you see like a woman wearing a kitten heel, it's probably like somebody who's older or somebody who can't really wear heels.
Or basic.
Yeah,
no, but kitten heels are back now.
She's right. The young girls love a kitten heel.
Yeah, so I just wore kitten heels yesterday.
Did you say young girls?
Oh, you did?
It's not universal. Some people don't give thoughts to the heels at all, but
I don't.
It's just generally that's how it works.
So then my follow-up
is one to marry. If I catch you in a kitten heel.
Okay, well, congratulations.
So then my follow-up question is about it's a heel that's not like a chunk, like a wedge. It's not like that. But some of them are wearing like it's a square heel that looks like.
It's a block.
Yes, yeah. The block heel.
The block heel.
This is so ugly. Why would you wear that, Dr. A.G.?
But the block heel elevates. The block heel elevates with comfort, though.
I was talking about comfort.
The block heel is very versatile, and I mean you can find a block heel like on a sandal or something, but mostly you'll see it like on a boot, a bootie, a pump, or have like a block heel. But you can have a sandal or a You don't usually see slingbacks with block heels, though.
I would pop my balloon on the block heel.
So the block heel is different from the wedge.
Right, I know the wedge. The wedge is ugly, but I understand it. And and the wedge you can wear it like a hippie look, but the block heel is so ugly that I wouldn't pop for anybody until they answer multiple questions. But I'm like, okay, these people pop for silly things. So as I watch now, I'm kind of playing like a game show. I'm like, what's the silliest thing I would pop for? And three of them had that block heel, and I said, okay, that's what I would block for. All right, I can change the concept.
They're wearing the block heel because they can stand up all day.
Correct.
Because they're comfortable.
So
they're disgusting.
Okay.
Yeah.
A stiletto and a sculptured heel, those are they're more formal, and they accentuate the leg. So if you're going to draw attention to the leg, those are for that. But people do the platforms, and I do not like platforms.
So, let me ask this question. So, what does the block heel look like? Because I do wear a thicker heel, but it's not a block heel.
It's slightly smaller than the platform heel. It seems like it's like 1.5 inch by. It's like 1 to 1.5 inch by 1 to 1.5 inches of square. and it looks like the height, that's the width and the length, and the height looks like it's maybe 4 inches. I mean, it's hideously ugly.
Right, yeah.
Very grandma.
I mean, it's really block. And
Yeah, block, yeah. It's like a
yeah,
perfect square.
Yeah.
But 3 of them are wearing it, Cherry. That's why I was wondering.
No, there's I mean, I don't want to wear stilettos anymore, but I do wear a heel that's thicker than the stiletto, and I still need to stand or walk on a date. Well, first of all, I'm not wearing 4-inch heels in New York City, and we're walking.
Yeah, that was going to be my comment. I think the type of heel that you wear is based on the activity that you're going to be doing. So if you know that you're going to do a lot of walking, you probably wouldn't wear a stiletto. You would probably wear more of a boot that has, like, now again they have the kitten heel boots, they have like the kitten heel boots, or you'll do a chunkier type of platform, thick heeled type shoe or something like that. But if you're going somewhere where you're gonna be, out the car, in the building, back in the car, you could do a stiletto. And then also it depends on the outfit too. Some outfits you don't want to wear like a stiletto type heel with. So it depends, but it's mostly based on the occasion. I don't think it's about, what your legs. Most people aren't thinking about what their legs are gonna look like or how long it's gonna make them look, unless they're like a model or something, maybe.
Well, a kitten heel is acceptable if you're in politics too. But otherwise, it's absolute. It's ugly. That's the ugliest shoe ever. And a lot of people's women's feet aren't made for them. Like, if you have a really chunky heel, you shouldn't wear kitten heels.
Oh my
God.
My PTR from yesterday, so you can see my kitten heels and tell me if they're ugly.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think platforms are ugly.
You must be tall, Dr. A.G. I think we went over
this. Just about to drag me.
Because I need all the help I can get.
I'm not tall. I'm 5'5".
A Mary J. Blige boot, like a block.
But I'll wear a heel though.
Yeah, I don't wear none of that stuff. My height.
And I don't put platforms. I don't put platforms on my heels. I don't get the heels that have the platforms.
I like when girls wear the like when they be tall and they wear the little like riding boots. I think those is cute.
Are you talking about the thin line between love and hate when they went on that ride?
Yeah, them like, yeah.
Oh, I love a good riding boot, especially in the winter.
Right on, keep your feet.
Well, it allows me to walk a lot longer. That's for sure.
When I worked in the city, because it was part of our dress code to wear heels. I just had ballet flats for walking around the city, and I had my heels like in my bag if I was going to a meeting. But in our office, we had a shoe rack in the bottom under our desk because they just assumed you were commuters would have flats to come into the office, and you'd have your heels to wear to meetings.
Oh, that's cute, Bonnie. See, that's not what I'm thinking. I mean, it probably has a kitten heel on it.
Definitely a kitten heel.
But I'm thinking about, like, the little flat sling back with the little...
Well, they got the Dior kitten heel sling back.
I hate all of them shit.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
And you look like them little 1950s housewife shoes.
No, you don't. They're cute. They're stylish. They're standards.
But kitten heels are a thing. We love them. Able to go to concerts and anywhere you got to do a lot of walking in them.
Yeah, a good pump, and I like the pumps that got the stiletto heel with the platform bottom.
Ew.
Them the good kind.
Ew.
What you mean?
I don't like the platforms.
Those give you height.
I don't like the
but they're not comfortable. They're not comfortable.
Y'all can't.
Either wear the heel or don't.
What you mean? You know what I'm talking about, Dr. AG?
Yep. Either wear the heel or don't.
That is the heel.
No, it's
the
not,
platform.
because when you have the platform on the front, like you could have a 5-inch heel and you have the platform on the front, you're not actually walking on the heel because you're elevated.
Yeah, and it gives you a little bit more height.
Yeah. So
And
wear
then
the heel or not.
Let me see.
But I also feel the same way about people, like when they wear heels to an event and then they take their shoes off. Yeah, like, don't wear them if you can't wear them all night.
I always bring flats, like collapsible ballet flats, because I have high arches, so I never know how the day is going to end when I have heels on.
No, I don't mean like daytime. I'm talking about like nighttime even.
Yeah, I'm talking about nighttime events.
Oh, okay.
I have dressy ballet flats that are foldable. They're small. They can fit in my bag. Like when I went to a wedding, I started the night with the heels, but by the it was an evening wedding. By the end of the night, I'd say 30 minutes into the reception in the open bar, I had to come out of those.
Wait, didn't you have breaking news? What happened to the breaking news?
No, go ahead, keep going. It's not breaking.
So I was gonna say but Dr. AG, what's wrong with people getting comfortable in switching shoes or taking their shoes off?
There's nothing wrong with it. They can do whatever they want to do. I just.
No, but you're saying if you can't wear it forever.
That's
for the duration of the event that you're attending.
Yeah.
Then don't wear it at all.
That's my practice. Yeah.
Okay, that's about okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what about the shoe in my PTR, Dr. AG? That's cheating.
Yes, we love a heel boot.
This room is gay.
No, that doesn't have a
Yeah, it is gone gay. I was asking a different thing. Y'all done got real gay.
I don't think that.
It's okay. Get you a latte. Sit down.
Oh, no.
I don't think that that is bad. I don't like the look of it. I would like it better if the platform was encased in the leather, like that was all a part of the shoe. But the shape of the boot,
you got expensive taste.
You need that to give you to make the part of the boot that goes around your leg to make that comfortable. You have to lift the toe.
You got expensive taste, Dr. AG. That part right there just told me all I need to know.
But I like it. I think it's.
I understand. It looks the best. But you know when they do that, that's gonna be a couple dollars.
Well, yeah, you should spend that kind of money on your feet.
You should.
Yeah, part of my selective taste in shoes has a lot to do with my mother, because my mother used to put her foot in any and everything that was cute and trendy. And when she had me, she was like, I don't want you to have feet that look like mine. And like I quit doing point in dance school because I saw what the ballerina shoes, their toes look like. And so I've just always been super picky about shoes, and if it starts to rub my foot, I won't wear it again if I can't get any type of like cushions or anything to put in it. And plus, it's compounded with me having high arches. So I have a lot of shoes that I wore once and couldn't wear anymore because it started to, create like rub up against my toes, and I like to have pretty feet. So
I'm gonna add a sacrifice.
When you buy the pointy toe, like you gotta buy the ones where the shoe size doesn't go all the way to the point.
Yeah. But people don't know that.
People don't do that, and then you can see their toes. Them toes be fighting in the.
Yeah, they be fighting. You can actually see it through the leather, and it's like, girl, you doing too much. I know you're not happy. I know you're not.
Do y'all wear boy sneakers?
I wear boy sneakers. I wear kid sizes Jordans.
Yeah, I wear boy sneakers.
Y'all so lucky.
Oh, I haven't
kids.
Yeah.
Kid sizes?
Yeah, I can wear the kid size and boys a 6 and a half.
Don't sleep. The kids get all the good colorways.
They do.
And them shoes be like $12.
Yeah, I wear a 5 in boys. I wear 5
Oh, you have a
and 4s. I love
tiny.
it.
You have a tiny foot. I'm a 9.5.
Well, mine's proportional.
Yeah, I was about to say it's definitely
I
proportional.
don't need your help, brother. Thank you.
Oh, are you tiny like Kalisha tiny?
No, I think I
Like
got it
shorter.
by a couple of inches.
Oh
That's
my
a lot.
goodness.
That's a lot.
Kalisha looks
Like
like
little Kim's height,
a little
How
ballerina.
tall is Lil' Kim?
5 feet maybe.
I got it by
Yeah, it's about
a little bit. Shut up, buddy.
She said a little bit. How many millimeters are we talking? How many microns are we?
Ooh, just 1 inch.
Child. So, Jackie, if somebody say Lil Kim's height, just say yes. Okay, we don't care about the little.
No, that 1 inch matters. Thank you.
That 1 inch. A half inch.
And if I'm gonna be honest, I'm 5'1" 3/4. So, and all my documentation. Yeah, and all my documentation, I say 5'2". Okay, I'm sharing.
I mean, I get it. I'm 6 feet and 1/2 inch.
It said 5'2". That's why I say I'm 5'4".
Yeah, I know my paperwork. It says 5'2".
And any day now, I'm gonna get that other half.
I'm 5'6".
Not any day.
I'm 6 feet and a half inch. I'll just say 6'1".
Yeah. When you're over 6 foot, don't be using the 1/2 and 3/4. That's just not cute.
You know, for someone who's lying about their 3/4,
I'm not lying.
It's amazing that you tell other people how they should manage their 3/4. You know what I mean?
I present like I'm 5'2".
What's wrong with using the half? What's wrong with using
We're
the half
adults.
if you're tall?
We're adults. We stop growing.
No, but I'm just saying, but you know,
I'm not saying she's still growing.
Well, I feel if I say that I'm 6'2", I'm lying, because I'm not. I'm a little under, so I usually say 6'1" and a half, and that's it.
But with those curls, don't you clear?
Oh,
6'2"?
Yeah. Well, so I don't
Not the
like
curls.
I don't like to exaggerate things. I'd rather people go, "Oh, you're taller than I thought."
Well, I mean, you deal with that 4C hair, but you know, okay.
You know what, Mr. 1B. Okay, because
Not the texture, not the texture.
Let's be clear about who has straight hair on the stage, okay?
Not me on you.
Y'all know that most black people don't have 4C hair, right?
Mr. 1B hair goes on my hair.
Well, the brother from the motherland tried to tell everybody he had 4C until it was revealed to him that in fact it was 3A.
I really didn't think I had 4C hair. I was so disappointed.
MJ, how much height does that bun get you?
Oh, the bun is in the back. The bun is in the back, man.
Oh, you got
Oh, okay.
Wait, I didn't know MJ had a bun. MJ, let's see.
I had a bun.
Not a chignon.
I switched my hair up, guys, because I could do that.
That sounds like a Florida thing.
What?
Block out your face or something, because I got to see this. I never would have thought it.
Y'all ain't gonna see my hair.
Yeah, I can't wear none of them shoes y'all were talking about. Me and my boyfriend, he was over here laughing. He said, "You're 6'3". I said, "Well, no, I can't walk and like that. Not at my height. I look like something on stilts. I'm good. I don't want to wear none of that stuff. I be done fell on my ass trying to wear heels and shit."
You see the basketball player, ladies?
I know, but I tried. I be done. Hell no. Hell no, girl. Better give me. I told my boyfriend, hey,
You just
hey,
have
man,
to strengthen your ankles, Ashton. People think that it's in the calf muscles or the knees, but it's really not. It's in the ankles.
I'm a swimmer. I got
nice and flexible. Yeah, you got to get your ankles nice and flexible so that when you put it in that heel, you're not stressing the ball of your foot or the heel of your foot because your ankle is giving you what you need. That's the secret.
And that's well said. And I have good ankles from swimming. I actually have flexible ankles, so I really never had like ankle injuries or nothing because of that. But I wear, Jordan stuff like that, dress shoes. I mean, I really don't care. Like I told my boyfriend, just, you know what, brother, just get me what you getting. And he gets me very nice clothes and very nice things. So I ain't complaining. Shoot, I got a good life and a good place. I ain't mad at him. Give me what you got, brother. And he does. Hooks me up with nice suits. I love him.
Hook it
Everything
up.
I want.
I know that's right.
Shout out to Black Love.
Exactly that.
I don't like heels.
Any of the men on here wearing heels? Jeff, you got any heels?
Cowboy boots have heels.
Yeah.
We're not from Texas,
You can get some cowboy boots for $1,500 to $2,000.
You lived in Texas, though.
But that was a
Yeah, I
thing.
did. Yes, I did live in Texas, but I was not about to pick up all those silly Texas ways. No, I was
What do you
not about to
mean?
do all that.
What's silly about Texas?
Everything is silly about wearing freaking cowboy boots with all of those freaking racist Confederate loving bitches. I was not about to do that shit.
But you never
You never seen the trail riders in Louisiana? They all wear cowboy boots.
Right.
Oh,
I know, but
right.
Nikki, I'm from
Cowboy boots
California.
when the buffalo. Oh, y'all are hell for that. Y'all.
I'm from California. We don't do that.
We're not gonna talk about the guys that are 5'7" and wear Timbs for the extra 3/4 inch.
I mean, they're regular. I've seen men in regular shoes that have heels, and especially like if we're gonna be honest, these basketball players that are and football players now, it's a thing to be fashionable when they're getting off the bus and walking to the locker room. I see some of them wearing heels.
Not to mention, a lot of the designer shoes now, including sneakers, have a big old platform on them.
Yeah, I love the sneakers with the big platforms.
They're not low.
And they're super comfortable too. So
I don't know though, 'cause they be heavy, Dad. Them shoes.
I like no label sneaker. Give me my Nike and my Adidas. Don't them label sneakers.
Yeah.
They just be copying if you look at all the label sneakers, they copy the Nike style, the whatever, like it'd be an Air Force One style or Converse All-Star style, and they just add shit to it. Just give me some,
I wear Nikes. Nikes are all I wear. That's it. You'll never catch me.
Yeah, Nike is my one. I'm not really.
You know what male shoe I hate? And it's probably trauma from some of the men that I saw growing up. The men that wear the shoe with the tassel, the flat shoe with the tassel.
Like loafers? Not too much on the boat shoes. What's going on?
You're talking about
Is that what they are?
Like the Sperry's,
I meant the tassel, not the lace up. The tassel.
Those make me think your feet stink.
Yeah,
I like those.
The moccasins. That's what you're talking about. The moccasins with the tassels.
No. Well, it's different.
You're talking about a loafer?
Yeah, it's a loafer. Because I like the ones that are like the driving shoe. I like those. Those are like the moccasins. But the loafer with the tassel.
That's a moccasin.
With the click click sound. I don't like those.
Some loafers do have tassels.
Yeah, they do.
Yes, they do. You can get loafers with tassels. What's happening?
And they call them loafers?
Like Justin Murphy.
Yeah.
What's the ones that they call? They got a name for them. That the white boys wear.
Tods. You mean Tods?
No, not Tods. But it's like that.
Oh.
Not the.
Sperry
You mean the yacht shoes?
Sperry's, yeah.
Yeah, I call it boat, like the boat shoe.
That's a boat shoe.
No, but I'm saying that it's like that with a hard sole.
Can someone PCR a boat shoe?
The Sperry topsiders. You know the shoes that like.
No, the loafers, Dr. AG, if you look at them, they just them boat shoes with a tassel and a hard sole.
Yeah, just Google Sperry's. You'll see it. But Johnny's, I didn't mind those. I just didn't like them when they were in that Brandywine color. You know, like the little bit of red.
The Brandywine, the navy blue. I don't know. They just look hard and they make noises. They make that click click sound.
Yeah. So Johnny, I just looked just to make sure I knew. I didn't keep on saying the wrong thing. So I'm seeing here that there are different types of loafers. There are loafers that have tassels. They're called tassel loafers. There are also loafers that do not have tassels.
Yes.
So, and then there are moccasins, like penny loafers. There are also moccasins that have tassels too. So I couldn't tell if you were talking about the loafer with the tassel or the moccasin with the tassel. Which one are you talking about?
The loafers with the tassel.
Child, those things look like shoes of men who are like 80 years old.
Yeah, I don't like them.
I forget old. I would never wear that shit.
But y'all know they back. Just saying.
The fact that some people are trying to bring it back, that shit needs to come back. I'm sorry. My dad can wear a tassel loafer. I won't wear one.
Sometimes
you gotta get me
because these is fire right here that I'm about to PTR.
But the younger guys are wearing them, Gad. Like I've seen them popular like for weddings. They'll have like the tapered leg, well not tapered, but a shorter leg, or like
these right here. I love these.
With like the no socks.
Okay.
Yeah, I see those.
Yes, just those.
I like them. I fuck with them.
So Mickey, I'll tell you this. So I'm not gonna have the young guys teach me anything about fashion. I don't follow trends.
Wait, you don't like these?
Okay, so they're nice, but I would not wear them. They're not my look.
I have some Lauren boots like that.
I'm not gonna.
But I am a woman of a certain age.
I mean, they look like some assistants.
You slide your big ass foot in them shoes.
Y'all done got too old.
The heel is
That's
so
still a
thick.
pretty big heel, though.
Yeah, it feels like it's Velcro.
For maximum comfort.
It feels like there's some Velcro.
That's a chunky heel.
That's
a chunky heel.
Cause see, aerosols would make that shoe. That's still a pretty long heel, lower at about 2 inches.
So I can tell.
I like that.
So I can tell you the reason.
It looks like you get McDonald's finger breakfast.
So I can tell you. So the reason I wouldn't wear those is that for me, I like a loafer to function as a dress shoe that I can wear without socks, and I can dress it up or dress it down, and that. The loafer in that particular picture doesn't work for me, but I think it is nice. I would never say that on somebody and say, oh, it's not a nice shoe. It's just not for me, but I think it's nice.
See, I would never, only way I would wear loafers is dressing them up.
Right.
So that works for me. If I was dressing it down, I would just wear sneakers.
But Dad, you also don't like to dress up.
But what about these right here?
So hold on a second. Let me correct something. So, when I say I don't like dressing up, I don't like to wear a tie and I don't like to wear a suit. But trust me, I clean up very well. I wear loafers with dark denim all the time. Like my favorite thing to wear to the opera if I'm rushing is a pair of dark denim with loafers, no socks, and a sweater, and a light jacket if I need one. But for me, loafers work really, really well with dark jeans or slacks or chinos or whatever, because they kind of give you that, they give you a little edge, but not too much of an edge, and they're dressier than a sneaker, because sometimes you don't wear sneakers. Sometimes I wear sneakers to the opera too, but sometimes you don't want to wear sneakers. So, loafers are a good alternative that's not a lace-up shoe.
Yeah, I think those are cute, Just. We wore the shit out of those. Remember Pretty in Pink? Mm-hmm. I think that, what's his name, wore those. I like those. I like the checkered ones, but I'm a loafer person. I probably have more loafers than,
Yeah, I don't like regular, like, dress-up shoes or whatever the fuck you call. I call them church shoes, but I know you call this, like, got another name. So, like, those, if I'm a dress-up, I would wear something kind of like that.
That's a loafer with the tassels that Janice doesn't like.
Janice said you like them.
Yeah, I like those. I just don't like the bottom of them. Just, do you wear slacks with no socks and loafers?
I don't wear nothing with no socks.
Oh, okay.
I love the no sock look. I love it.
It had to grow on me.
The ankles with the
It had to grow on me.
Just
I attach the no socks look. Like if you're doing the no socks look, I'm instantly looking at how your pants are fitted. Because everybody that does it, some people just wear pants that are too small, or they're high ones, they're not really tapered. Like I can't compartmentalize the shoe and the no socks with the pants. It all has to fit together.
And then people. So let me ask y'all something. When y'all see an adult man in like sneakers or Jordans, do y'all think like he's childish?
No. That's an everyday.
Yes.
That's everyday fit. I don't.
Who the fuck say yes?
I mean, is it a childish or
Yeah, but you're not black, so you don't count. You didn't.
Men do have like dress sneakers. Men do have dress sneakers.
For me, it would depend on what the situation is. Like just walking around in the grocery store, or what's happening.
Sneakers now.
I mean, I still.
No, I'm saying I did hear somebody say that I was too old to be wearing Jordans.
Oh, that's bullshit.
So I was.
Let me explain something to y'all that y'all don't know. Y'all do not. Hold on, listen. You guys don't understand black gay male fashion. Some of these rules that y'all are trying to apply to black and gay men do not apply at all. Okay? They don't. A stylish black gay male who is 80 years old and has it together is going to rock a pair of sneakers and kill it. We don't subscribe to some of these standards that y'all have, like, oh, if you're a certain age, then you can't wear this. If you're a certain age, you can't wear this. For us, the rule is simple. Can you rock it and make it work? If you
well, they said they don't care.
Oh, okay.
Y'all said y'all don't care, right?
I don't know who told you that. I'm always gonna buy.
I had a woman actually was like
oh, she was.
I mean, we didn't have the gay conversation, but she was like, yeah, you ain't gonna never get no. This was a woman at work. She was like, you sound she gonna pull me to the side and say, you're handsome. You should stop wearing these sneakers and stuff all the time. And I was like, oh, why you say that? And she was like, it's just childish. When we look at men, we don't want to see Jordans. That's what we put on our teenagers' feet. And I was like, okay.
And the kids don't even wear Jordans. The boys wear Vans.
She's wrong. She said, I know you're.
Well, I wasn't trying to track her anyway, so.
I don't see the point.
I was like, thank you, Aretha Franklin.
That bitch just hold there.
Thank you, Aretha Franklin. I do care. I probably would not be in a relationship with a man who wore Jordans, but I love it if you love it.
But people wear those ugly ass clothes.
So what's your thought? When you see it, what do you think?
Not age appropriate, in my opinion.
Are you okay with the branded shoes, tennis shoes?
No, I'm not. No.
So what do you think? What do you think? What would you prefer to see on a 40-something-year-old man? Like what type of footwear? Like casual footwear. I'm not talking about like.
I have basically transformed my partner's wardrobe, so he has what are they called? The Converse or the Chuck Taylors. That's we compromise there.
But those are
he also has look, we gotta compromise. It's black love. And then he also has plain white. I don't know what the brand is, but they're plain. No.
No, wait, Kimberly, Air Force Ones are not necessarily Jordans. Air Force Ones are, but they're nice. Like basic white Air Force One sneakers are beautiful.
Okay, can you describe the tennis shoe, the white one?
I'm gonna find a picture and PTR it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, when you get older, you can really afford.
Like Russell's.
Well, I'm a sneaker person. Like I'm a sneakerhead, so I'll be 70 in a pair of J's.
Thank you. Listen, I dated somebody who was in his 50s, and he wore sneakers if he didn't have to wear dress shoes and a suit. And this is somebody who was well heeled. All the markers were there, and this person wore sneakers. I like wearing sneakers most of the time because I have flat feet, and I believe in comfort. That is my thing. I need to be comfortable. So
Nike fortunately makes beautiful sneakers that are understated. Not all Jordans, because I don't wear Jordans. It's not my thing. But I do like Nike sneakers. Nike makes lots of nice sneakers.
I love an Air Max.
Yeah, Air Max is good too.
Jess, I have a question. Do you live in a flood zone?
I do not.
Then why the stick red heel in your backyard? What is going on? Are you wading in water? What is going on?
I was just trying to get an opinion. This is a lot of people wear these.
You like those?
I don't look
wearing to carry it off.
So let me see. I don't hate it. I like the concept. I like how it look. For on my foot, I don't know yet. I don't know.
Well, I can tell you, I have size 15 feet. So you are not going to catch me dead in shoes like that.
Yeah, same.
Why not? My feet are too big for shoes like that.
I think if they was like all red and like you know like.
You seen the size?
All red. Now all red shoes do not look good on people with big feet.
Right. That's a nice shoe. That's a nice shoe.
You like those, Dr.
Yes, I like them.
Those shoes sound noisy. Those shoes look noisy. Like they click.
Yeah, like they squeak.
No, they got like a soft, rugged bottom. So like if you get caught in a snowstorm, it's nothing.
Well, absolutely. Snowstorm, typhoon, blizzard, hurricanes. You will always be able to grip the
I think it's quite stylish, and I think there are multiple ways that you can wear it.
Yeah, and I think that little.
He is trolling now.
No, I'm not. I actually like that shoe. I think.
And you see how they got the little suede insert?
Yeah, and
I like that.
Wait,
and I like that they're semi-patent too.
Are those Louboutin with the red? It's just a. I'm sorry, I'm the person for shoes. Is that Christian Louboutin?
No.
No, it's not. I think
they don't make. Christian Louboutin doesn't make soles like that. I don't
really love his man shoes.
I don't like his shoes at all.
They're pointy ass.
They have soles like that. Oh, okay.
Those are trendy now. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever seen like the Alexander McQueen?
Is that the DEI version?
Oh wow.
People need to understand that they shouldn't be hopping on every single trend that they see. Some of that shit lasts for only 3 months, and then your shit is dated, and you look a mess wearing something that wasn't even hot for more than one season. Like, y'all need to learn good style so that y'all don't waste your money on trendy shit that ain't gonna last.
Yeah,
that looks like Adidas or Tree Torn or something. Is that?
I think these are like a cute little like play on like because the shoes are like a classic style and it just got like a little fun.
Louboutin has a shoe that's kind of like that, but except the sole's not red and it's not like an Oxford. It's actually a loafer.
Oh, ladies, do y'all like the Comme des Garçons All Stars for men?
I think those are cute. Yeah, I like their little logos.
Oh, these are Sam Edelman.
Y'all talking about the little hearts with the eyeballs?
Simple,
Not to give away his Jordans and gave him Sam Edelman.
Yeah, we just have to streamline it.
No, those are very cute. Those are cute. Yeah, they're like grown man white sneakers. Yeah, those work. Those work.
Yeah, they work.
Those give me orthopedical.
Just with that thick heel, with that big red heel.
They're very classic. Yeah. Kimberly, don't listen to them. Those are really nice.
He's really loved to give up his Jordans for those shoes.
It's
No, those are nice, Kimberly. Don't listen to them.
No,
I like them.
I think they could be. You could do both.
I like them, but
They don't got no.
it's given what is it, CNA?
Those are like the Don Lennon 11s.
We're not doing kids. Those do not look like kids.
Yeah, they do look like kids, but they on Don Lennon. They look like a sneaker that
they do not look like that. They do not.
I know they got some nice work shoes.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. They look like work shoes.
I think that if
Obama got some of these.
hold on. Need to keep it simple.
Kimberly, don't listen to them. Those are beautiful. I have white sneakers like that. They're gorgeous.
I know Sam Edelman made tennis shoes.
Yeah.
They're really nice.
Oh,
They're very nice.
I bet the leather is very nice. I bet the inside is very, absolutely.
Now I
Yeah,
have played
they're understated. You know, when you put them on, they don't draw too much attention to themselves. They anchor the outfit. They make him look like a man who has carriage. Okay, we're talking about Kimberly. Kimberly wants a man with carriage.
Oh
my God.
Okay, that is the point. Yes, carriage,
You
y'all.
are the supporting character. You're not the bad bitch.
I mean, if you're gonna get
Exactly.
a right, can it
That's right.
get at least a branded shoe?
Why would she need a brand? Why would she need a brand? No, that is
I like understated.
exactly.
That's
Yeah,
not
like
like
logos.
That's under the ground
Yeah.
stated.
Yeah, I don't like
Not just.
I don't like flashy logos.
Not just.
Yeah, Kimberly is not trying to wear a bunch of labels on her body. Like, y'all need to know her taste. Like, that's not what she's trying to do.
No, I get that, but I think those are a little too plain.
They're not.
For me, because you know, listen, Kim, if you like it and your man, I'm just saying for me.
I mean, on his off days away, like he's on a trip right now, he can wear all of the colorful sneakers he wants.
But wait, with Kimberly?
Don't appease them, Kimberly. It won't.
PTR,
Don't
this is
appease.
the Louis Vuitton version of Justice shoes.
Okay, let me see. Hold on, let me see our PTR.
Those are really good. I like them. Now those are even better.
So I mean, those I like those. Those are really cute. I like those better than the ones.
I only say this because y'all know the creator.
No. Here's what makes those better.
I would never wear them, but I think.
No, I would wear those because look, they're plain, but they have it's that red detail at the bottom. I love shit like that. The one in my PTR, I like the red thing, but it's a little too much, and that just got that. You wouldn't even see it unless you like look there or whatever. I like that, and then I like how it has the like kind of like construction. I don't know what the fuck that little whatever the shit that is at the bottom.
If you
I like that. I like it. Yes, it's all season.
Can we figure out? Talk about what Scotty got in his PTR.
Let's see what Scotty got. So Scotty got, okay, well, listen, actually, hold on, let me see.
We're not doing this.
No, hold on, listen, hold on, let's get into it. Scotty is a gay male in New York, okay? He's got his jeans, he's got a gray top coat, we've got a sweater, I'm seeing a nice scarf. Okay. Hold on.
You never go with a
Hold on, Bonnet. I'm trying to break down the outfit. He's got these dark blue jeans, and then to just give a pop of color, he's got some cute red sneakers. Those sneakers are not cheap, lady. Trust me. They are cute. They're not. They're not cheap. No, they're not.
Felines. How you gonna tell me?
Well, how are they felines?
They're red felines. They're red felines.
Wait, hold on a second.
Wait, why retro felines aren't cheap?
Just 1 second, Bonnet. When I said Bonnet, when I said cheap, what do you think I meant? Do you think I meant how much he paid for them, or do you think I meant the quality? I'm talking about quality. I'm not talking about how much he paid for them.
Quality now? Oh.
Yeah, they're cute sneakers. They're not bad.
I mean, you know, if you pay a lot, it's good quality.
So you listen. Tiffany just said the red shoes don't work. That's the only time red shoes do work.
Thank you. They don't know what they're doing. Like, this people don't know how to dress.
Yeah, is when you have like a more muted or like a darker because it's used for the pop of color. And it's not even red.
And
it's
then
like
he has the rust
scarf.
Like,
and
red.
These people do not know how to dress.
They
don't know how to dress.
The color. We're talking about the fit and the style of this red shoe.
The style is fine.
The outfit.
Go ahead.
I think it looks I don't understand what the problem is.
It is really cute. First of all, listen,
Scott, I love the coat. The coat is, you don't like the coat?
Girl, let me tell you something. First of all, Bonnet,
I love a peacoat.
Bonnet, Scotty is paid. Scotty don't need to wear money on his body like that. Scotty is paid, okay?
But this looks like very like street style. Like I don't understand what the problem is.
It's very street fashion. Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh my God. I wish can we put a one in the chat for the women? I mean, I don't think the women.
Absolutely not.
I mean, those are old school. Like so Scotty, you actually kept your shoes, or did you buy those?
Oh my God.
Honestly, he could change the shoe and change the whole like kind of
the whole concept of the outfit.
Yeah, like he could put on like one of those like boots, like what is it?
Yes.
I call them witch boots.
The Chelsea.
Not the witch.
The Chelsea.
Not the I mean, he could do that too, but I was talking about like the other like kind of like distressed boots. He could even put Tim's on. Like it's all like that. And let me tell everybody something. A peacoat is your best friend.
Yes.
You a good peacoat. You can layer that bitch up. You can wear it naked. And it lasts forever. And it's warm. Telling you, women, men, get your peacoat.
But he's making a statement. He's got they're flared out. I mean, trust, if I had still had my Deodoras, my Capas, my K-Swiss with the lines and all that, I would still wear them. My oldest pair of shoes are some plaid Converse. It's like 25 years old. And I have some of remember when we used to wear skinny Adidas? Yeah, a lot of y'all don't.
Those sneakers is cute. I mean, listen, it is such a nice outfit.
We don't want to.
I ain't gonna mute nothing.
What about a coat? What about y'all coat? What kind of coat? What kind of coats do y'all have?
So I have.
I think Bottega knockoff with those red gummies. I don't necessarily like the thickness of that.
That's not a Bottega knockoff.
Bottega would have been green.
I like the one that's in Bonnet's picture though, because it's like a little bit thinner. But the ones in yours just.
But that's not a Bottega.
You talking about on mine? Yeah, it does get Bottega knockoff. Yeah, but it
is giving out. I think.
I thought they said Mark Jake. Let me see what the hell they.
But Scotty looks like he's going to a Wu-Tang concert.
Right, it looks weird.
He does not look like he's going to a freaking Wu-Tang concert. Y'all need to stop.
Everyone does look like. Everybody wearing that. Ain't nobody wearing that to go see the Wu.
So go see the Wu.
I'm serious. Like y'all obviously haven't gone to New York.
Nobody wearing that. Nobody wearing that to go see the Wu.
Y'all being country.
To their concerts. That was like the niggas, the white men that come to the show. Sorry.
Oh, maybe they don't know the Wu then.
Well, maybe those are white men who live in New York.
No, white men definitely know the Wu. Hold on now.
Don't know the Wu, bitch.
I know some white men who know the Wu though.
I mean,
I know some.
I know actually a few.
Not too much on Scotty. Scotty is all right.
Wearing that to go see the Wu.
God bless you.
They don't know fashion.
Have y'all ever lived in New York or a city where you walk like a walkable
Thank
city?
you.
This looks like what you would see.
And that's why you in the Matrix. We can't hear you because you're over here shitting on an outfit that you need to be praising.
Why don't you PTR your outfit, Gap?
Oh, I'm not trying. I PTR'd some shoes. We were talking about loafers. The loafers in my PTR are my favorite pair of loafers. I own them. They're beautiful, and I love them because I can dress them up. I can dress them down. I like to wear.
Yes, I love a good loafer and a really clean, tailored suit, preferably in dark blue. I also agree with you. A pea coat is really nice. I have 3. It's cold out.
No, like Scotty's outfit is the kind of outfit you put on when you're in New York. It's cold. You're leaving your house at 10, and you know that you're going to be out until 5 o'clock. You need to be able to take the jacket off, take off the sweater.
We're not mad at the outfit.
Under it, that sort of thing.
No.
We don't have a problem with the outfit at all. We talk about these red felines that's on his feet.
They're cute. They're classic.
They are not.
Period.
So what track of sneakers you like?
There are other
It's
comfortable
giving. It's
shoes
giving. I went to Zoomies at the mall and I got red sneakers. That's what it's giving.
Scotty, don't mind them.
And we don't. We're grown. We don't wear.
It would have been better with a Converse.
See, every time.
No,
No,
a hot top
Converse.
Converse.
Oh my God.
The combo that goes on, you definitely could have.
Not with this outfit. I like those, but not with this outfit.
Those are
Only thing that could have been, he could have did another maybe a hot top Adidas or a boot. That's the only.
A boot is what I would do if I didn't do the feet-up. No, the feet-ups are fine. I really like the red. I really like the red.
This is the difference between style and fashion, I think.
Oh, for sure. They don't know style. They don't know style. That's the problem.
You don't know
How many people look at you?
You do not.
Get some shoes like that. That's a nostalgic look. It's okay because it's nostalgic. That's
It's
all.
a classic look. Like
He has all kind of like classic
Baby
pieces.
boomers love them.
yeah, it's like a classic look. Like y'all over here shitting on a classic
What
look.
about it is classic? What are we talking about?
If you don't see it,
He has on is like a classic piece. It's like essentials.
Like my sister is 40.
It's not the peacoat.
Her classic look was those suede Pumas. Do y'all remember that when all the girlies were wearing the suede Pumas? She still loves them damn shoes, and I never liked them, but that was her shit. So they still.
Well, you
wear
lost me at K-Swiss anyway.
Well, you're not my age. We used to wear.
Yeah, I
all
know.
kinds of shit.
I know.
Yeah, leave us to our. Y'all gonna have y'all's weird
I'm gonna
nostalgic
leave y'all.
shit. Your kids won't like either. Trust. I can tell y'all.
I wish I had kept some of it so I could have sold it as vintage.
I mean, we wore Keds when we were in elementary school. Keds was the shit. I don't wear Keds now, but
Bro, I gotta move out of Atlanta. These people are like, you should see how it is outside. It is just a little bit of snow.
Is it like Mario Kart out there?
Yo, these people are driving 2 miles an hour, not realizing this is what's gonna get you caught out here. Driving like this, no momentum, no nothing. I don't know about the South anymore, because it's clearly climate change is gonna be snowing here for the foreseen future. We're gonna get regular snow, and these motherfuckers don't know how to act. There's no food at the store.
my PTR is Southern Louisiana. That's like Opelousas. It never fucking snows in Opelousas. This shit is crazy. It snowed in New Orleans. It snowed in New Orleans.
Yeah, I saw the New Orleans videos. Yeah, my friends are there right now. Comical.
This is definitely. If anybody says this is not climate
Y'all have
change,
more snow than we do in Minnesota.
That's
So
crazy.
we have negative 18. Hence my PTR because it's fucking cold.
10 inches. Where is that, Lafayette?
Okay, Red Jacket, come
No, I'm in Baton Rouge.
I'm taking a million pictures.
Oh, that's so
if I was
pretty.
y'all down there.
That's a perfect picture.
It was literally white everywhere. It was crazy.
You guys got more snow than we've had in weeks. That's a lot of snow.
That's a lot of snow. It was more than we got up here.
And I thought I was melted, but it didn't melt, so there's still a ton in my backyard. So I don't know. Everything is shut down again for tomorrow.
Right. Let me tell you how crazy it was. I did pay attention. I lost my AirPod out there. So bad. So I have one AirPod now. I won't be able to find the other one until the snow melts. Then it'll be destroyed. So there's that.
It did snow in North Florida today, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, snow in Florida! Wow!" Honestly, it was actually. I'm surprised it's.
Yeah, I thought we was gonna get that slushy, nasty, mushy, disgusting, sleety snow, but no, it's the real thing.
Everyone's like, the Northerners have gotten a warm winter. Like I think this is the coldest winter we've had in 25 years down here.
This is definitely. So what do you mean the Northerners got a warm winter? It's negative 18.
Folks should be talking.
It's the coldest
It's
day
negative
of
8
the
here.
year.
It's negative 8 here. What do we?
What do they mean by
one of the
warmest
colder
winter?
winters.
Okay,
Right.
I was here.
We're going
2
Arctic.
days
That's what's
ago.
happening in the north. Is that
So
it's
I was
getting
here 2
Arctic.
days ago. I was here 2 days ago, and I was like, "Oh, is it just me, or is it a cold winter?" And half the stage came off mic and was like, "You know, this has been a very warm winter for us up north. I had no idea what you're talking about."
Who's
So it just depends on who you ask.
You're on the wrong. Which stage are you on?
What up north? What up north?
Who's further north than me?
Oh, I don't think anyone.
Where?
Exactly.
Where is
It's been cold as a bitch. It's been negative everything every day.
Minnesota or something?
Yes. And
I
the
mean, to be
windshield
fair,
makes it even worse because it's like, oh, it might be -7, but the windshield makes it feel like -26.
Yeah.
And we still have a whole bunch of people in encampment, so it's sad out here.
It's 18 degrees in Washington, D.C. right now.
Is it true that in Minnesota they have all these tunnels so you don't have to go outside? Is that like a fabrication?
No, we don't have tunnels. We have downtown Minneapolis and downtown St. Paul have skyways, so most of the buildings are connected by skyways, so you don't have to go outside, but you have to get into the skyway first.
It's supposed to get down to 12 tonight. That's insane.
So one of the things that people don't give Russia credit for is like their underground like subway system is like phenomenal for the 10 million people and
Whoop-de shit.
What's it called? Moscow.
Why are we looking to give?
Who starts off a sentence with Russia gets credit?
Doesn't get credit. Doesn't get credit.
Thank you, Mother
sorry.
Rob.
I'm sorry, I was away from my phone and I had to run back. So, Nani, they closed the tunnels at the university?
The University of Minnesota, they still have the tunnels. I mean,
okay.
I wouldn't say like Minnesota has tunnels though.
Okay.
Like the skyways have tunnels. Some of the buildings are interconnected. There's some places like that in Wisconsin too, which is smart. But the tunnels in China are weird.
I think Wisconsin is a beautiful state without the winter. Like in the summertime, Madison is.
Yes, without the racist white hippies and Ron Johnson, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that part, but isn't Madison very liberal? The rest of the state is Republican. I mean, like every major city.
Madison is fake liberal. What are we talking about? It's just a bunch of patchouli smelling, armpit women, hair growing, racists. I mean, they still kill black people. They're very, very, I can give you a list of the problems.
So, Mother Superior, you have to understand, when white people praise a city for being liberal, you have to dig deeper to find out what the city is about, because white people calling it liberal doesn't necessarily mean that it's liberal enough.
Can I interrupt? Did y'all?
Oh, sure.
We're on time. We're talking about race, so go ahead, Matt.
I hope y'all are doing well. Did you just see that? I just ran across the AP wire that Trump just pardoned the Silk Road guy that was serving life in prison. The Silk Road guy, the guy that founded Silk Road with all that drug trafficking.
You gotta give me more context. I have no idea who that is.
There was a guy who
Ross William Albright
was selling
founder
like
of Silk Web, Dark Web Marketplace, who was serving a life prison sentence. He pardoned him. It's a pretty huge deal.
Why is it a big huge deal, Matt? Can you elaborate?
Because he also was convicted. He was also convicted of paying someone to kill somebody, and they set him up in a sting
I don't
operation.
necessarily agree with it.
And
I'm just
where
saying.
the victim that he paid faked their death. So it's not just the nefarious things that he allowed to go on the dark web on Silk Road. He was convicted for trying to pay for someone to be murdered.
Not to mention all the people who died from the drugs that he was sending across the fucking world.
And money laundering.
Now that's what, yo, come on now.
Yeah, that is like, I thought what he did with the Proud Boys and all of that, J6 was bad, but
This is
man,
diabolical for real.
this is really bad. Yeah.
I'm just shocked that he did. I don't necessarily agree with it. I'm just shocked that he did it.
We're not shocked. Why would you?
So how does this impact your assessment of him?
Doesn't.
So why did you bring it up?
Because it's breaking news.
Whenever black people are enjoying themselves.
What are you gonna do, Karen?
That's just it's a signal to the people that want to do nefarious things and prey on the vulnerable on the black web and all these other networks that are unpoliced and unregulated. That's terrible.
I knew I was right about you, man. How the fuck does that not change your judgment of that person? Like, you just...
He doesn't think it was an insurrection, and he doesn't believe that Trump lost the election. That's why.
But even if he don't believe that, I'm talking about him, the
election for
the Silk Road nigga. Like, this motherfucker, there's a whole documentary. Go look into the type of shit that he was into. That is the Law and Order Party, but that doesn't change your view on him. Man.
Was that the dark web guy? The Silk Road dude?
Yeah, I mean, he was like one of the first dark web niggas.
They were selling children on that website, Matt.
All kinds of stuff on that website.
Jesus. And he pardoned him?
Mind you, he's supposed to be the so against fentanyl. That he was one of the first like purveyors of that drug across the world. Like he was sending fentanyl to everybody. People will order stuff and it'll show up as fentanyl.
So,
that just means they're gonna a bunch of those websites are gonna pop right back up because that's what they're gonna think if he pardoned this guy. And the sad thing about it, here's where it gets interesting. So, fast forward to when all of these other websites start to pop up because they think now they can do these underground marketplaces. Now, Mickey, you and I talked about how they already rolled back or blocked, the Supreme Court blocked that Censoring Act that made you have to report your company.
On the opium distribution. Lebanon actually, back during the Black September organization, it goes all the way back to the 60s, when they first kidnapped the Jewish Olympics team. When that organization got chased by the Israelis, they actually fled. A lot of these Lebanese oligarchs, they fled to South America, and they actually started the cocaine and the marijuana distribution and international, basically, operation. So the OG of the drug dealers is actually goes all the way back to Palestinians and Lebanese. That's a history a lot of people don't actually talk about, or they do not know.
That's wicked. Wow.
Yeah, it is. It's very wild, and Hezbollah actually, majority of their, about 60% of their funding is actually not from Iran, is actually from their drug operations.
Yeah, but that drug operation was being facilitated by Iran, right?
No, actually, it's facilitated by South America because they have a generation of Lebanese that fled from Lebanon to South America between Colombia, Cambodia.
There's still got more Lebanese than Lebanon itself.
Yep. Yeah, and if you go to Brazil or like some of these, even what's his name, Bukele, what's that country? I'm sorry.
El Salvador.
Yeah, El Salvador. You gotta see like a lot of Arabic last names over there, and the reason why is because majority of these people actually they fled from Lebanon because they were chased because they were part of a terror organization. And just like the Nazis, they fled to whatchamacallem,
Argentina.
Yeah, Argentina. Yeah, a lot
Yeah,
of
but that's
people.
not entirely accurate either. That's like, with regards to Argentina, people like to point out that a lot of Germans went there. Well, the reasons a lot of Germans went there after World War II isn't just, it's not like there were no Germans there before. In fact, there were. There's a lot of Germans. Right? I know you're not. I know. I'm just like pointing this out to the audience because a lot of people don't know this. They see someone in Argentina who is like German and they assume their grandfather was like a Nazi or something. That's just not true, right? Argentina has always had a very massive German immigration, right? Just like Pennsylvania has a lot of Germans there, right? Because in the 1800s they went there. Same thing in Argentina, and that's why you see a lot of Germans there. Like, for instance, Javier Milei, right? He has, Italian and German ancestry, right? And it's not because his grandfather is a Nazi or something. It's literally, they've always been Germans, and the reasons why Germans went there after World War II is because there's so many Germans there. Why wouldn't they go there, right? It just sort of makes sense if they can speak the language.
Yeah, and they also like, when these countries received their independence, they wanted foreign capital, a new foreign direct investment. They wanted cash. They wanted settlers, and they invited many nations all around the world to come in. Yep. And so they have roots there. And of course, Ian is 100% correct. If you're a German fleeing from the aftermath of World War II, you'd probably want to go to a place where you can identify with others. So that just makes sense.
Yep. Yeah, you're correct. You're correct, Utsaf. Are you guys familiar with the Hawala system?
I am. Yeah, I know Hawala.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, Hawala. I think her sister was a model on the cover of Vogue, if memory serves. No. That's a joke. I know what. It's the book entry funds transfer system used in the Middle East.
Yes, exactly, and it goes actually also in even Western countries. So what they do is, if you guys don't mind, I can explain it to the audience.
Well, it's Wise, right? If you use Wise.com, that's Hawala.
Yeah, well, you can do that right now. It started with basically. You have an underground basically New York market system type of thing, and people like exchanging money.
Yeah.
And basically, if I want to send money, let's say I'm in Iraq or Afghanistan or whatever Arab countries that they don't have a SWIFT banking system directly with the West.
So you give a guy money, and then he will call up his buddy somewhere else in the world, and that person will give that, whatever capital they have there to the person you were sending the money to. That's just that's how it works. It's Western Union uses that system. The Templars, Knights Templar, like 700 years ago, they kind of invented that system, right? Or maybe they didn't invent it like they were not like necessarily the first, but they were definitely, they came up with it independently, right? So it's a system of promissory notes. You buy a note, which is like a money.
It's not really promissory notes as such. My understanding is that what happens is, let's say Alice wants to send Carol $10, right?
Yeah.
And so Alice owes, Bob owes Alice $10, and Bob owes Carol nothing. And Bob lives near Carol. Alice will say to Bob, I want to send Carol $10, and you owe me, right, $10.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll just net, right? So we'll settle it. So you can just send $10 to Carol, and then you will write off the obligation that you owe to me, right? So
It doesn't require anyone owing anybody anything, really. I mean, all you have to do is like, so let's say you've got Bob, Alice, and Carol. So Bob is the middleman, and so Alice goes to Bob, and let's just keep it simpler. Alice goes to Bob. He wants to give money to she wants to give money to Carol. Carol lives in a different city, so Alice goes to Bob, gives him $10, and then Bob calls his buddy Jack, and then Jack gives $10 to Carol.
Right, but so basically what happens though is that Jack and Bob are in different places.
The same company.
Right.
Yes.
Well, they're in different places, and they run their own ledger books. And what happens is Jack operates in Cairo, and Bob operates in Abu Dhabi. And so what'll happen is they'll call each other up on the phone. They'll just net settle. Okay, Alice needs to go send money to someone in Abu Dhabi, and then so let's say Carol's in Abu Dhabi and Alice is in Cairo. Then what happens is they net settle their end. Alice gives Bob money, and Jack resolves the ledger entry, and then they net settle. Bob and Jack net settle between themselves at some indeterminate future date. So Hawala's an interesting one. The Lightning Network works like that. If you're familiar with
Wise uses that, right? So I mean, Wise doesn't use the Lightning Network, but they have their own Hawala system, right? So if you want to do international transfers, that's the cheapest way to do it. It's a lot cheaper than Swift. I use Wise. I know a lot of international people who use Wise because it just makes sense. Why would you pay, $500 on a transfer, say $10,000? If you're using Swift, it's going to cost that much. But if you're using Wise, it's literally $17 or something, right? It's very basic, very cheap. It's not great if you're sending small amounts of money, but it's perfectly awesome if you're sending, larger amounts.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the other side of it. They got a little bit smart because the FBI was monitoring the transactions, and they stopped using NGOs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not. I think there's actually 2003 guidance from FinCEN on this because it was after September 11th that they started looking at the Hawala networks and whether they were used to facilitate transfers of money from the Middle East to the United States. And they issued some guidance. So like being in crypto, like money transmission is like the biggest thing that your clients have to deal with because basically everything that they do involves transferring money. And so you can build anything you want right on the blockchain. The problem is you can build yourself into the position of being a regulated business, and you want to stop before you do that, unless you're prepared to go out and get a bunch of licenses. So there's interesting guidance on this from FinCEN in 2003, if you want to look it up, on how Hawala systems work, how they're treated from a regulatory perspective, and all of it is really relevant to a lot of things you see in crypto, right? This is not like a crypto conversation, but like if you're looking at, for example, XRP used to do, they had a Ripple ledger system, like I think it was called Interledger. They were working on something like that, which was supposed to be a cross-border settlement system that worked like Hawala. The Lightning Network basically is an automated Hawala system. For those of you who know what Lightning is, which has some interesting like second and third order regulatory consequences, which is possibly why Lightning hasn't taken off in the way that its biggest proponents hoped it would. So yeah, Hawala's like, once you learn what it is and you start looking at how internet payments work, it's really cool to see how that concept crops up in different places.
I like Hawala for the reason that it doesn't collect interest. Okay, and this is a really good thing about Islamic banking that most people don't realize. They hear Islamic banking, they think it's a bad thing because they're Americans. But the reality is that Islamic banking is really good because they don't collect interest and they don't charge you insane amounts of
that's not Hawala though. That's
I know it's not. I know it's not. I'm just saying, like in general, like Islamic banking systems are actually really good because they don't rip you off, right? You don't have these easy fucking interest rates like 20%.
They don't and they do. They don't and they do because what they'll do is they'll structure like a loan transaction. So like there's a whole universe of Islamic finance And what they do is they just structure the transaction instead of saying, we're going to lend money to you and charge you a fixed percentage, and that will be that. What they do is they'll structure it as like a sale leaseback. So they'll say, we'll sell you the asset, or you'll buy it, and then you'll sell it to us, and we'll lease it back to you over time, and then there'll be some, reversion at the end of the lease, which means that you have the title free and clear once you've made the payment. And so, like, it works out exactly.
They're basically doing the same thing as interest without the interest.
Exactly.
Right, you just
pay
like,
up
you
front.
can pay off fast. If you can pay it off fast, it's not a big deal. And I mean, you can make the same argument.
with the mortgage,
you can also do the same thing. You can pay it off fast. And then
Yeah, but the problem with with American banking systems is that they give you that 20% APR shit, and then you're an idiot in college and you spend stupid amounts of money in one semester because you're dumb, and then you end up having an interest rate of 20% that you can't fucking pay off. So what you do is you buy another credit card, right? You sign up for another one, which is super easy to sign up for. That's what's so evil about these banking systems in America or in the West in general.
What's evil about the
They
banking
approve
system
you so easily, even though you're like financially incompetent. They approve you, and then you end up owing everybody money, and then by the end of it, you owe everybody like $1 million. Originally you spent maybe 200,000 or something. That's how stupid that is.
The problem with American banks is that what happens is you have this regulatory scheme, right, which is led by the Fed and also, U.S. federal bank regulations, where currently they have these maturity mismatches in their portfolios where they have all of these long-dated real estate loans where they're getting paid 2%, and when they want to borrow money or lend it out again, right, like to interest holders, they've got to pay 4 or 5%, right? So there's a maturity mismatch on the process is called maturity transformation. So usually what banks do is they lend out money for long periods of time and get paid back. And then what happens is they get short-term depositors to give them the money, which they lend out for a long period of time. Where they get into trouble is when there's a run on the bank, and the short-term depositors say, hold on a second, we'd like all our money back, please. And the bank doesn't have the dollars to satisfy the withdrawal demands, right? Because they're just sitting on all of these assets, and they're like massively long on all of these loans, and some of them, a lot of the loans are underwater, particularly if they're bonds, because if you
bought trash bonds or
government bonds paying 0%, which was like really, really common after 2008, 2010, like those are all underwater because basically they're getting inflated away every year by, depending on which number you believe, anywhere between 5 and 13%, because of inflation. So like it's one of these things where. And another thing that's screwed, right, with the U.S. banking system is that they're sitting on all of this mortgage debt, right, which from all of these mortgage bonds and mortgage loans that they made over the years. And the problem is that all of those loans were lent when the federal funds rate was like 0.5%, and all of the loans are made between not 0%, but like 2 and 3% as your mortgage rate, right, all in. And so a lot of those are 30-year loans. So they're fucked because basically they're sitting on all these underwater assets that if they wanted to, right? If you're sitting on a 30-year mortgage at 2.5%, and if you want to go out to the market and sell that loan, you're not going to get the face value of the note because the note is going to inflate away over time. So the note's underwater, which means that when your depositors come calling and say, hey, I need money out, please. The assets you have on your balance sheet may be insufficient, right, to match the demand from your depositors to get the money out. The only reason the system works is because the Treasury, after SVB collapsed, the Treasury Department said, we will guarantee to infinity any deposit at any American bank, like FDIC, $250,000 guarantee.
Wait. You're kind of missing what they actually did. What they did was that they, behind the scenes, allowed these banks to convert these bonds into cash. That's what they did.
Well, they allow them to convert them. Is it that they convert them into cash, or is it that they mark them to face value, and don't have to recognize the loss until they go to dispose of them? So basically, it's not that you can convert them to cash. I don't think they can go to the Fed and get full face value in cash for these bonds.
No, I'm pretty sure they added something behind the scenes for these banks to be able to convert them to cash, to specifically only to pay off the creditors, that pay off the customers.
I'm not sure that I think my recollection is it's fuzzy because at the time we were running around trying to fix things after SVB collapsed. So my recollection is that Janet Yellen just came out and said, "Listen, banking," because there was a panic. What happened was Elizabeth Warren, in her infinite wisdom, decided that she was going to go after the two crypto banks.
Yes,
they went after
exactly.
Silvergate and Signature.
Yes.
They said with these banks, which were both solvent.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
These banks,
I shut them down. Yeah, exactly.
They pulled their charters, and that set off a bank run, which then took down SVB because everyone was like, well, if Signature and Silvergate can go down, maybe we're going to go down too. And people started pulling their money, venture companies particularly, which are very technically oriented, right? All of them do their banking over the internet, and all of them have the ability to withdraw large amounts of funds in a very short space of time. Went and logged on to SVB and had this like digital bank run where they just moved everything off the platform, and it killed the bank in like 24 hours. So because people were worried that the government was going to start taking down banks or letting banks.
So what happened was that in response to the Silicon Valley Bank collapse, the Fed introduced the Bank Term Funding Program. This program allowed banks to borrow against their bond holdings at par value rather than market value.
Got it. So you post the bond to the Fed. It gives